Hey, what's going on out there in YouTube land? Hey, welcome Saturday. Hey, links are out for anybody that wants to join in the usual suspects class. We've cast a broad net, see who we can catch up in here and drag down in our misery with us. But thanks for joining. Looks like we got some people roaming in here already. I'm trying to get Google Hangouts to work, which it tries to do sometimes and it tries not to sometimes. I hope everybody's doing good. Coming in here sharing the Saturday evening. We're going to get started early so we can jump out of here early. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see how that goes. So we're not up here at 1 a.m. my time trying to solve all the world's problems, which we still got to work on that. But I guess if we got to stay up to 1 o'clock, we got to do it. But we're going to try to get this done in and out, get some people on the East Coast captured up in here and hopefully participating. But there you see on your screen, if you missed it, your representatives want to nuke you for not turning in your guns. That's where we're at in this country now. They can't use the rationale of we'll use door-to-door confiscation, we'll use economic means to starve you. No, they're going to nuke you. So says Representative Eric Swalwell, which you could make several derogatory things up about that name. But he tweeted this out on the Twitterverse yesterday. And so if you didn't see it, that's on your screen right now. We'll get started on that subject. But really, as it says in the description box, the question is, if he's willing to say it, how many people in the back rooms, in the back alleys of Congress and other places are they actually talking about this? In joking or not? It's got to be happening. It's got to be occurring, right? I don't think anybody ever said anything about nuking Antifa or the communist. I don't think that ever crossed our minds. That wouldn't be a good call anyway, because we enjoy America. So this guy not only loathes you, but he loathes America so much he would rather see it nuked than have it prosper with guns. Can you imagine being so depraved to think such a thing? But Joe Biggs tweeted from a guy, and his response was under Joe Biggs's tweet, which I'm surprised it's not been deleted, which goes on to show you even more so they're not ashamed of their thought or ashamed of their misstep, or maybe took the logic, oh, I really shouldn't have said that, type thing. No, no apologies were offered whatsoever. So that's what's going on in the gun control realm. And they've quickly moved in Congress as well to offer up this bill to ban AR lowers, which you don't have to worry about for right now. But come February, I think the push is on. If you know what I mean. So we got a side chat here. We got Tommy Boy 9 first in. Irish USMC. Irish, you got a link. If you want to check your G+, check it out to join us if you want. Walter Davis is in here. Good evening. How's the snow out there? Is it cleared up? I think it's cleared up from what I've seen on the socials today. And Long is with us. Hey, long time no see. Thanks for checking in. Ronnie Brown. Hey, how you doing, Ronnie? Haven't seen you in a while either. Of course, Air Trainers, welcome to the chat. JJ McKay, what's going on, JJ? Hey, JJ, I think you got a link too if you wanted to join us. Up to you. We can always enjoy your words of wisdom. Eric Swallows. Okay, there you go, Time Boy. We can just start the names now, right? Sending some more links out here. Get this started. Should stay off baseball fields. Good point, Walter. Yeah, if they start with the big cities, that might relieve the problem quicker, right? I don't know if he's fully thought that strategy out very well, especially where the illegal guns are, right? Where the illegal guns are is probably where most of his constituents live. Go figure. Snow is melting, says Walter. Awesome. So as everybody's getting ready for Thanksgiving, be thankful that your government isn't nuking you, I guess, is the message that we can send right now. But let's get some people in here. Dadgum. Usually doesn't take this long. Tony's at work still, I guess. But I figured all you East Coast folks would be done with dinner by now and available. And get a word in edgewise before you hit the rack tonight, you know? So where does this representative work anyway? I don't even know what state he's in. I'll go figure he's in California. You know, just take out his whole state. If he just takes care of, you know, show some leadership and take care of his state first, take care of business, so we wouldn't have this problem, right? So there you go. Proud California, East Bay even. The East Bay of California. So he's one of those guys. Go figure. I'm probably looking for a high position in Congress now that his brethren have taken over control, quote unquote. They're in the House. Probably going to be a proud committee leader or something like that. Hey, Alicia, good evening. You got a link too, Alicia, if you want to jump in. I think I sent them all on the G Plus, a few on Twitter. Who all's on Twitter? Some people don't respond to messages on Twitter. It's hard to keep up. Right, Walter? It'd be a good, nice winter glow with the nuke going off, you know? Instead of the northern lights, you have that nice nuke glow for the winter. Endless light. You always have that. You don't have to worry about turning the night light on. Things like that. We can all look forward to that. Yes, Alicia. I don't know if that's a terroristic threat or not. I guess when your congressman says it, I guess it's okay. Where did I find that? Let me get back up there. I think he was just making a statement, Alicia. Maybe it doesn't come across as a threat. He says it'd be a short war. As Joe Biggs said, basically, Rep Sowell wants war because that's what you'd get. And Sowell responds that it'd be short war. The government has nukes. Well, of course, we'll nuke the people that are resisting. What a fool. Maybe he doesn't realize that's why all these countries around the world haven't done it. The Koreans don't do it. The Russians, the Israelis, none of these people use their nukes, or the Pakistanis or the Indians, because they're on their own soil essentially fighting in a lot of these places. Russia's not going to nuke Ukraine, which is their breadbasket essentially. Let's don't be too foolish here, you know. But this guy, he's willing to make the statement. Come on, Alicia, it can't be that bad. Rural Route 72, welcome to the chat. So is he going to be the committee leader, I guess is what he's looking for, is what I'm saying. He's probably looking for some committee leadership position to up his status amongst the masses. He doesn't want to be your average Congress critter. He wants to step his game up and be like Maxine Waters, who's also from California. It's like they just breed stupid. Maybe it's in the water. It must be in the water. But it went on. Joe Biggs replied. A bunch of other people replied to his comment. I don't know if he ever replied to anything. But I think he was done because he got lots of comments after he said that. It must have been a slow Friday afternoon. Right? Maybe they'll make him House Majority Leader. Walter, he'll be third in line, right? Can you imagine? People like this are that close to leadership positions, supposedly, in this country, where they just have an outright disdain for most of the people within it. Because there's easily more gun owners than there are. It's above the average, above the 50% line. Because plenty of people vote against their own self-interest, even though they own a gun. They're not going to tell half their friends. You know? Very stable leadership material, I would agree, Walter. Can't be no further off the ledge than that psycho Maxine Waters or Pelosi. The list goes just on and on. Hey, who we got in here? Is that JJ?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good, sir. How's it been?
Oh, not too bad. Just been busy hunting lately.
Oh, right. Is it getting good snow up there? You tracking in the snow or what?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got about 8 inches or so on the ground now. We got a foot like last week, but had a lot of wind and a little bit warmer weather. But we got a warm up coming up, so hopefully some of it'll melt.
So do you think this is a good idea if we were able to take out Detroit, where most of the illegal guns are, with this recommendation? That'd probably be good for you, right?
Yeah. I'm quite a long ways away from Detroit, about as far as you can get in Michigan.
Exactly.
I got family about 2 hours from there, but otherwise I wouldn't mind.
Right. What was the small one?
Yeah, one of the tacticals, eh? And what did moron? I can't believe you said that.
Yeah, it's not bad enough he would say that it would be a short war because the military is so great, which you can get to the whole debate about the military actually doing anything, but we're just going to use nukes. We're going to go the nuclear option on this whole deal.
Going to kill all his supporters along with us.
Yeah, and their food supply.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. If you look at like on that bottom of that tweet, he's got like 1,700 likes, but he's got 21,000 responses. I'm sure some of them are his supporters saying, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the list just goes on and on. I don't know that. Yeah, there's no way we'd get through them all, but.
Yep.
Oh, they've already got a cartoon out. Check that out.
Drop your weapon, Earl.
That's funny because that's a Russian-style nuke transport. I don't think we have transports like that for our nukes.
No, That's funny.
Well, how appropriate.
That was cool. I tweeted him. I told him, I said, you know, the founders put in the Second Amendment in the Bill of Rights, don't you? I said, here's a hint. It's not for hunting animals. It's for hunting tyrants.
Yeah, that was one of his comments that I made a comment to. Let me go see where was it.
I made it on that post that he has on his page where he went like a yeah, right there. I'm called a tyrant. If you scroll down, you might be able to see my tweet at the top. It was
I captured that one and said definitely a tyrant. But yeah, you made his 5 list. He says gun debate in one thread, propose a buyback. Gun owner says he'll go to war with USA if that happens. 1, 3, he says I sarcastically point out USA isn't losing to his assault weapon. It's not the 18th century. Or he's called a tyrant, zero progress. So that's the stage of the gun debate he's going with. Yeah, you're a tyrant. That's about right.
Yep. And I told him why we have them, for hunting tyrants.
Yeah, there's 11,000 responses. So JJ, it's probably gonna be hard to find you.
Yeah, it's probably way the heck at the bottom. It shows up the top for me, of course, but.
Oh, right. Was it yesterday?
No, I just did it before I came into your chat. I just seen you had a chat on after I posted that tweet.
All right. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, wow, these people are so stupid, I'm telling you.
But people worship their land. I mean, who votes for Maxine Waters?
I don't know. I think it's all voter fraud, man.
With what's going on in Arizona, Florida,
bunch of dead and illegals voting.
Yeah, what else could it be, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how we would attribute it to anything else.
Maybe some Tide Pod eaters too, along with it.
Yeah, but I don't know. Trying to browse in here to find a decent. See how good the responses are, but
yeah.
Yeah, between with Maxine Waters is going to be the what do you call it?
Finance, isn't she?
Finance committee. Yeah. How
Yeah, I want her in charge of my checkbook.
It's like you think it can't get worse. Oh yeah, it can. Just when you thought.
Yeah, and this dingbat's on the intelligence committee with no intelligence.
Yeah, this guy, right?
Yeah.
He's got a clearance. He's got a clearance of some sort.
Through the CIA. It looks like, right, if you go read his description, man, on his thing, it says he's CIA Intelligence Committee. If you get on his homepage and you look like where it tells about him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just click on his name; it'll take you to his main page, and in the upper left, right there, Dem for CIA and Intel Committee.
Oh,
it tells you right there.
What the? Oh man. Yeah, I didn't. Wow, that's just putting it out there in the open, I guess.
Mm-hmm. They're putting it all out in the open, man.
Yep.
That's good. At least we'll know our enemy.
Yeah, but there's far more that we don't realize that our enemy, they're out there already.
Yeah.
Or also out there, unfortunately. Oh,
I don't know. I think they'll just make big fools out of themselves in the next 2 years, and then we'll end up the Republicans will end up taking the House back and the Senate.
Depends on how bad the economy does.
Yeah, but I think Trump's already set him up through the guy he put into the to head the Fed. He's got him raising rates while Trump's out there. No, you can't raise rates. You're going to kill the economy. It's all a plan, dude. They're going to take the Fed down, I think.
Oh, you think so?
Yep.
That's a bold statement, but
it is. But
you called it if it happens.
Everything I'm seeing is pointing in that direction. I mean, it was going to come down either way, you know. I mean, you can't just.
Well, the dollar's coming down. It doesn't mean the Fed goes down.
Well, if you can point the finger at the Fed for bringing it down, I mean,
sure. Yeah. which you can. That's definitely
And
something.
that's basically his case he's already been making, telling him, "Oh, don't raise rates. You're going to kill the economy."
Okay, I'll mark what is today. November 17th, JJ says Trump's bringing down the Fed with a plan. Okay.
Yep, that's my opinion anyway.
I don't give him much credence, but we'll take this.
I think there's that picture. I think that picture of Andrew Jackson's on that wall next to the desk there in the Oval Office for a reason.
I didn't realize that. I haven't seen the inside the picture.
Oh, you haven't seen that? He put it up there right after he got into there, man. And it's right there where they're always taking his picture from the opposite side when he's sitting at his desk. So he's right there in the background.
Oh, I haven't noticed that.
Yep.
There's always tells. Everything's done for a reason, right? There's no accident.
I don't know. I've just seen him setting so many traps up for these idiots, and they just keep jumping into them head first. But, hey, I was skeptical as hell at first, especially when he surrounded himself with a bunch of freaking, neocons and this and that. But the only real issue I have with him lately, since he's gotten rid of the majority of them, he's cleaned out a bunch of the FBI, the DOJ. I mean, not completely, but there's a lot of people gone now from there. And I think he's slowly draining that swamp, man. He hasn't really done it a massive amount of it, but he's definitely doing some. That's just my opinion, though. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
Well, yeah, we've all been wrong. Yeah, we've all misjudged a lot of this mess before. It gave us false hope.
Yep.
But
I just see him as different, though, than any other politician we've ever put in there.
Oh, that's a fact. There's no doubt.
I don't know. I mean, we didn't have anything to lose by putting him in there. Rather than getting Hillary, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think he makes a good fall guy for the economic slide into the abyss, but still to be determined.
Yeah, but he's already made his case, and even the mainstream news is saying how great the economy is.
Well, they were just...
how could it just all of a sudden collapse unless it's the Fed's fault for raising rates?
Yeah, well, the thing is, they're going to get more inflation.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to go bad one way or the other.
Oh, absolutely, it was going to, but I just look at it positively as saying, okay, well, at least he's pointing the finger at the Fed right now, before it does go down, rather than just sitting there and not saying anything, and then, oh my God, how did this happen? You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, most people don't pay attention or understand the Fed anyway.
Yeah.
It really takes a while to educate people on that. The central bank is really the power behind the curtain, You got to uncover the wizard before people realize what's going on.
Prepared minds out there. What's happening?
Hey, what's up, John? How you doing?
What, the mules out there? There's a bunch of them out there.
Oh, yeah. Mule team checked out, though, I guess. I guess he was even said the evening and he's out. He said good evening, night. Have a good... He's got a link if he wants to jump in.
Right on.
Most, I guess everybody's still busy or whatever.
Yeah, I've been pretty busy lately, too, but, I've been catching your chats here and there when I can, but I just figured I had time right now, so I'd jump in because I haven't been in a live chat in a while.
Right. Yeah, I haven't done one in a while either. This is the first one I've done in probably 2 months. Wow. Now the time changes and it gets dark sooner. It's a lot easier to roll one of these things in.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, John's out there saying we'll be in deep shit either way.
Yeah, I imagine.
Possibility. That's why we do what we do.
Yep. Keep prepping.
Yeah. We got to work on our nuclear radiation preparedness now, though, because...
Yep. Yeah, now
that...
Great. Add one more thing to the list now.
Yeah, stock up on your your nascent iodine and your tablets and your mop gear and everything else, right?
Yep. What is that? Potassium iodide, right? That's
Yeah,
what you want.
potassium iodide. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the
And the NBC suit.
Yep. For what good that's worth. But then work on your decon procedures. We should
Yeah.
probably be talking about how to properly decon yourself and equipment.
Hmm.
Doing decon phases and everything else. Maybe we'll get Saints and Sappers in here. You can talk us through that. He's got that kind of technical expertise.
Right on.
He's a man of many talents.
Hmm. Bikes and bullets out there.
Yeah,
Quite a few out there tonight.
yeah. Just when you think that maybe the game's not going like you thought, it's like you see a guy like this, and like, remember Jericho? They nuked their own people to destroy the country because they didn't like the way it was going. It's
Yeah.
like that's why that movie was over. The show was over the target. Knew there was idiots like this out there.
Hmm.
Hey, Bikes, what's up? You got a link too, Bikes, if you want to jump in. See what I can find on it.
Yeah, I don't know what Walter Davis is saying. The Treasury could print their own money like during the Civil War and just wipe out the Fed in a day. I kind of agree with that because I've heard talk that the silver certificates might be coming back. You know, like what Kennedy printed before he was killed.
Yeah, going back to Lincoln did the greenbacks for a little bit to finance
Yeah.
the war. Kennedy just made a statement, though. He didn't actually do anything, I don't think, did he?
I don't know. I think it'd be kind of cool to actually have money backed by something that our own government produces.
Yeah.
So we're not getting that usury added on to everything that constantly keeps us in debt. So did you do pretty good with your farming this year?
It went pretty good for pumpkins.
Cool.
We kind of did a couple test batches of corn. We didn't do a full-on corn row. If you saw any of it, we just did like 4 different plots of different types to kind of get an idea. But it did all right. We learned some things on that, but the pumpkins went crazy.
Right on.
We had tons of. We still got pumpkins. We're feeding them to the animals mostly, but that went really well. But the
That's
corn
cool.
was good, and had a pretty decent cucumber harvest, and our tomatoes got rolled through, and then once we got them, we got a pretty good grow of tomatoes on the few plants we got back in after they got taken out by the goats first time around.
Yeah, goats and damn things will eat everything, man.
Right? Yeah, they made a break for it one time and took out the original plot, so we got a few more tomato plants planted after that. And they did all right.
Cool.
We still got a few of those laying around, but yeah, it was not bad for. Like I said in one of the wrap up videos, like now we expand that into our fully fenced area, we're going to have a whole ton of crops and
Right
and
on.
everything, especially pumpkins.
Nice.
The pigs like pumpkin better than they do grain feed or anything like that.
Oh, I bet because it's sweet too. You know, I'm sure they love it.
Yeah.
Lots of fiber too.
Yeah, it's good for them. It's a good supplement and everything.
Hmm.
It breaks up the monotony of just grain feed or whatnot.
Right on.
Jet 001's with us. Good evening. Bug Out Bubba, good evening. He's with us too. 01 Crom has popped his head in here. We're all going to die. Eventually, yes, that's true.
Yep, all born to die.
Just don't worry about it too much. Roger Wilco's with us. Good evening. Bowling and Mop 4, we called it training. Among other things. Yeah. Yep. Good practice. John's heading to work, he says. Goodness. It's a little late to go to work, isn't it? My goodness, you're working the late shift. And Walter Davis says raccoons taste great. What are we talking about? Somebody has a raccoon incursion? Somebody did catch a raccoon recently on some video I saw. They found one on the homestead. Who was that? I don't know. Somebody found a raccoon though, and it was anyway, I can't remember, but
It was me.
Did you? Oh, who's in here? Irish, what's up? I wasn't paying attention to my Hangout screen. What's going on?
Not much. How you guys doing today?
Doing all right.
Hey, just plotting how congressmen are going to
nuke us.
I'm just going to coat my entire garage with lead.
I guess you probably have enough available. You could do that, right?
Well, I have better things to do, but if it comes down to it, something like that would work out.
But you got enough lead to accomplish the mission, though.
I cannot confirm nor deny.
Just surround yourself with ammunition.
Right?
I only need one box of 22 shells. That's all I need.
Yeah, if I took all my 22s ever one apart, I'd probably have enough lead to get close to a full garage covering. So you got a trash panda caught in one of your videos? How long ago was that?
I didn't catch it in video. I went out and shot them because they were trying to get in the chicken coop, and I caught them on the trail camera. And then I waited out there for the little friendly creature and ended him and two of his buddies' lives that night. So,
right on. Got a couple partners too.
That's always good when you get the whole team.
Those little mash bandits.
That's a sapper squad right there.
Yep. Search and destroy.
Yeah, they're real prevalent around here. They like I don't know what possesses them to kill the chickens just to eat the eggs. But yeah, I like to take care of them whenever they come around.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
They did the same thing to Saints and Sappers chickens. They killed them, and then they don't get no more eggs.
They did? They took out Saints chickens?
Oh, yeah, a while ago, but yeah.
I did not hear about that.
Yeah,
they're around here, but they haven't made it into my area yet, I don't think. I haven't had that problem, at least with the chickens, so we'll see.
We don't have too many raccoons up here. We do have some possums and skunks and porcupines.
Yeah, we have all the above. I just spotted a few wild boar the other day.
Oh, we don't have those, thank goodness.
We have an abundance of coyotes, though. Those are.
Oh yeah, we got those too, along with wolves.
Yeah, coyotes travel all over the place around here.
We actually starting to have a resurgence of bobcat around here.
That's always cool when you get to see them. I mean, you don't really get to see them very often. I like bobcats.
Yeah, my wife wants one as a pet.
Don't really care for the coyotes, though. Nasty things. I'm hoping I can see one while I'm out hunting deer this year and whack one or two.
Yeah, I just lay up on top of the ridge and watch them run out in the field, and then the buzzards do their job the next day, take care of them for me, so I don't have to clean them up.
Yeah, when I get a deer, I'll just leave the gut pile in a location near the tree stand. Just go sit in the tree stand and wait.
Right.
Just got a 450 Bushmaster upper for deer hunting. Throw on the old AR. And I'm sure that'd make a nice hole. Blow a coyote in half, probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I like to. They're pretty far off, though. I use a 300 Win Mag on them, just to make my presence known. But they still come. They'll run right around, and I mean, sometimes they'll even go after the one I took down. so that's pretty easy to pick off.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I was using, the 300 Win short mag before I bought this 450 upper. Does a really good job. You don't have to track the deer or whatever you hit with it.
How far are you having to hit them, Irish? Like 300 plus?
Oh yeah. Well, I got it set up. I set up barrels to know my yardage, and just depends on what barrel they're at. But out to 600 yards, anyways.
Nice.
Oh wow, yeah, you're taking that. That's definitely.
Only way I can see that far is down a road or power line, or I mean, otherwise it's like 100 yards and in most of the time.
Well, I cleared a lot of it out. I went down and planted orchards and food forest basically, and so all the other stuff's low lying, like the berries and stuff. But all the trees are in a line, so you just move 10 foot and you can shoot down a different lane.
Yeah, there's just shit tons of trees up here. I mean, cedar swamps, all kinds of shit. I mean, it's most of the shots you get aren't very far. I could get up on some elevated, small mountains and stuff and shoot a ways, but that's about it.
Yeah, I can go other places to shoot, but I can't shoot on my own property that far.
I have a 500-yard range set up at the house just for when family and friends and stuff come in. So
right on. Yeah, when I was used to live downstate Michigan in the flat land down there, I used to have like 600-meter cornfield and whatnot. When there were either beans growing or after the corn come down or before, I could shoot a long ways, and I had a blast with that. But then I moved up here, and there isn't any very many places anyway where you can get that long of a shot.
Yeah, it's good training when you can get it. It's always good. You might need it.
Yep.
That's why I always make the comparison. I'm like, you take the AR-15 all you want to, because you're just going to leave me with something I'm very capable with.
Yep. Yeah, it's the scope bolt actions they better worry about.
Right. Did you see this, the language in that new bill that they put up, the HR 711 whatever. The actual language in the bill is defines anything with a detachable magazine as a assault weapon. So they're trying to redefine things.
So Ruger's new bolt actions are now assault weapons, eh?
Yeah, they're trying to reclassify whole groups of weapons.
Yeah.
With that madness, not just and then there's the whole ban on 8% lowers, all stamped lowers, all kinds of other parts bans are trying to that they're putting out there just to float stuff here before January, and then they'll probably go full on crazy in January with that stuff.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen, I don't know if you guys do not watch USMC Doc. He's a corpsman, but he builds lowers and all that stuff. I mean, the guy's a corpsman, but he can make all this stuff in his garage. And I've seen people do it out of aluminum cans. They'll pour aluminum block and get the mini lathe or mini mill from Harbor Freight, and you could cut them out. And the worst part about it is they're so stupid that they don't even realize that it's easier to make a full automatic weapon than it is a semi-automatic weapon. So if they ban this stuff, people are just going to make full automatic weapons, and then what are you going to do?
Yep.
Just ban people. That's what they want to do anyway, right?
Well, and then again, it goes to show you that once you take something away, they're just going to use something else. In Ireland, they use bombs and knives. I mean, you can't ban everything. You can't ban stupid. So,
oh, we would ban Congress if we could ban stupid, right?
Yeah, I honestly think they should all have to be in the military. Everybody that thinks they want to join Congress or be in the presidency, you should have to do at least 4 or 5 years in the military, just period, because that'll give you a better perspective of what life's really like. compared to just being in a suit your entire life and getting your ass kissed by people that are lower than you are.
Mm-hmm. Heck, all you gotta do is go read the founder's own words, man.
Well, that would be all right if they stuck by that, but they don't. They write 10,000-page bills that they don't read, and then they sign off on them, saying, "Oh yeah, that sounds like a good idea." And then all at the back door of it, that'd be like buying a house and not reading through the stuff, and it's in there that says you can't cut the trees down on your house, but you can only heat with firewood. So then you got to get firewood from somewhere else. I mean, no sense to me, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ann says people are making 3D weapons now, not traceable. I mean, if you got a file, you can make a weapon out of it. I mean, you don't even need a 3D printer anymore. I mean, you can go to Harbor Freight and get a mini mill and melt aluminum cans down with charcoal in your yard and pour them into a block and then cut it out a lower. I mean, it's all over YouTube. I mean, you can go search it and find it. I mean, there's books about it. Paladin Press, before they closed down, they used to have books on how to make like guerrilla guns and stuff. So 3D printer is just a high-tech mill or drill press,
As we say, it's not ever the tool being used; it's the person using it. You got to worry about.
Right, because you could use it as a assault screwdriver to stab 13 people on a train. I mean, but it's not the actual tool. It's the person doing the assault. But getting that through thick people's skulls is a whole new story.
Or
just use a rock. It's an assault rock.
Exactly. I mean, the weapon's not the problem. It's the problem that there's no common decency or respect for anybody anymore.
Yeah, because they've destroyed all our morals in this country, all these damn Marxists.
Chicago doesn't need a 3D printer. You
got all kinds of AKs and whatever else they want. I mean, show me a criminal who used a 3D printer or a 80% lower or whatever to use to go commit a crime.
Walter Davis is making a gun from the plumbing section. That sounds like you've been to South America before. That's how they make the single-shot shotguns down there.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And that's even scarier because you could just walk up to somebody, pump it once, shoot them, and then throw it in a scrap pile somewhere, and they'll never find that.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to make a single shot, 12 gauge or whatever.
Yeah, 9mm, anything, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now that they make all these inserts, I mean, you could just put the insert in the pipe and you're good to go. I mean, you don't need anything else. And like I said, even if you don't resort to using a firearm, look at Ireland.
Oh, yeah.
Take the guns away. What do they start doing? They start blowing you up.
Yep.
I mean, that's even worse because then you're getting other people that you didn't mean to get.
Yep.
Yeah, there's always another means if there's a will.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, just like look at Afghanistan and all those places that we've been to. I mean, these guys are making stuff out of remote control cars, car alarms, and they're arming and detonating these things on us. And they don't even have the internet 99% of the place over there. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if these guys are making AKs in caverns and caves and big, huge explosives from old ordnance, what do you think people in America are going to do? We're a little bit more higher up on the technology chain.
Start using drones.
Well, actually, that's funny. They tried that stuff.
Deliver a package.
Well, they did over in Afghanistan. They would try to fly them over and drop like gas bombs and stuff on us.
Got some Amazon Prime coming for you.
Yeah, right. And it's not the jalapeno cheese that you were looking for.
It's not what you ordered.
Yeah, ingenuity always wins in the end. No matter whatever's available, there's a way to turn it into something that you want to accomplish the mission. It's a matter of having enough smarts without losing all your body parts beforehand.
That just depends on what country you're going for, because our little Tally friends, they they don't care. they want to go out. So
What do you mean?
the Taliban guys, they used to run up on our post, and women, children didn't matter, and they'd strap them with S-vests and try to like pop us.
Oh, right.
Whoop,
Yeah,
alarm.
somebody's phone. Time to go.
Yeah, I gotta get going. It was good talking with you, HDP, and everybody out there.
Checking in.
Yeah, I'll try to catch your next show here.
It's always good to know you're actually alive.
Yeah. Well, thanks again. You guys have a good night.
Yeah, stay warm too.
Oh yeah, got plenty of stuff for that.
Have a good evening, sir.
Take care.
Take it easy, JJ.
Bye.
All right, first guest of the evening, one down. See who else. Maybe someone else will jump in here as soon as Bikes is probably grilling, because he's always grilling on Saturday night whenever we do a chat.
He's posted up comments. 2 devil dogs on the panel. Experts in Kill a Man 101. Laugh out loud.
Well, he can make it 3. What's he waiting for?
Yeah, that's when it goes off the chains. I'm just the normal jarhead. He's the one that blows it up.
Right. Yeah. What else is going on out your way?
Just a lot of cold. Supposed to be some more rain and snow tomorrow, I think. But it's supposed to be 51 at some point. I don't know. The weather out here is crazy.
Yeah, that's 51. That is.
We had an ice storm 2 nights ago, and all the power's out everywhere. And then it's 40. It was 48 today, I think. So
Not bad. That's reasonable fall weather. Yeah, it's just been clear here. It gets cold at night, warms up in the daytime. Just waiting for some actual snow or rain or something to kick this thing off. Without any snow, we're going to be painting for pain next spring. Make these other fires look weak.
yeah. Well, that's what I was talking to my wife about today. There was we were driving down the road, and all these pine trees broke from the ice and stuff. I was like, that's just a powder keg waiting to happen during the spring. But they won't clean them up because most of it's in, protected land.
Right.
But somebody will eventually drive by and flick a cigarette out, and then you'll have a nice forest fire going on.
Yeah, they've, I guess, one of the California fires they're saying might be tied to the electric company there, PG&E. But I don't know about the other one. I don't think they've said anything about the other one yet.
Yeah, there's like, 635 people missing or something?
I think it was close to 1,000. They've up to let's see. What was the last thing I saw on that? I think it's total. All the incidents combined was up to 1,000 people missing, not just the Paradise fire. I think the Paradise was like 600 missing. But I think they're having problems deconflicting names based upon spelling and stuff like that. Here it is. Here's articles on the drug out of Reuters. We got thousands of missing is what they're saying that they're searching for. There's 1,000 people listed as missing. So that's crazy.
Yeah.
They said they sent forensics teams from the military that do DNA stuff. The people that go back and look on Pacific Islands and stuff for World War II remains, and they do all the DNA matches for stuff like that. They sent them up there. That's where they're at this. So it's pretty, yeah. I think they said some of it was they're trying to deconflict names because of spelling and everything, but still, the numbers are pretty high when you consider.
Yeah, in the late 90s, I was stationed in Florida, and they called us up to go out and fight fires with the firemen because they didn't have enough people to go out. And that was a pretty horrible fire up over, I think it was Jacksonville. Most of the upper Florida was on fire that year.
You went to Florida? I remember back in, I think it was 2000, they sent a lot of the 2nd Marine Division out to Yellowstone. I think it was Yellowstone when they had that big fire out there. Like they mobilized like 2 regiments or parts of each regiment. Maybe not the whole regiment, but
right.
Different regiments sent companies and whatnot.
Yeah, I was with the Raiders in 97, 98, 99. Out at El Toro. Yay.
Is there anything in El Toro anymore? Is it operational?
No, they use it as a drag strip for like cars and movies and stuff now. They closed us down and sent us all to Miramar.
Okay, yeah. Everything's out of Miramar now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's still 47,000 people evacuated still under evacuation orders. And there's 1,100 people in shelters, which we were talking about yesterday. Everybody's getting sick from all the different disease and stuff in the shelters.
Yeah, a little bit of preparedness went a long way there.
In the shelters, or what do you mean?
Just to get out. I mean, most people don't like.
Yeah. Yeah, in this case, there was so little warning, like any bit of preparedness would have went a long way. So, yeah, anything just to know that went by through pretty quick the way it sounds. It was very little warning.
Yeah, whenever it's dry here, and we might have any kind of fires like that. I bought those lawn sprinklers, the ones that go like left and right. And I'll always put them on. Well, I used to. I don't do it anymore because we have a metal roof now. But whenever we had shingle roof, I always put them up there, and so that the brush fires here wouldn't catch our house on fire.
Yeah. Yeah, saying here the biggest fire, deadliest fires in history. 87 people died in a big burn firestorm that swept the Northern Rockies in 1910. And there was a Minnesota Cloquet fire in October of 1918 that killed 450 people. This little history in this article there we're talking about.
Yeah, well, my wife came and commented to me about it, and she's like, people are talking trash about these people and those people because they donated stuff, but they didn't think they did enough. Well, and I told her, I was like, well, the people that are complaining behind their keyboard should have been out there at the fire department asking, say, hey, can I help you? Because there's only so many firefighters, and there's all these people that could be out helping. It's like if your country was overrun and you stayed in your country and fought, then your country wouldn't be overrun anymore because you'd be there to fight, right? But people have the same mindset here, though. They're like, oh, well, let's just run away from it. Let's not go help the fire department out or see. I mean, you could do anything, like cook meals, or you don't have to necessarily be out on the front line fighting the fire, but they need able-bodied people to do that as well, because you're working 18 hours out, on the fire line trying to put this stuff out, and people are complaining about it. I'm like, come on, really?
The way things work now, it's like so weird the way things work, because like now half the time they would turn you away because you're not trained. There's liability. It always goes down to money of like, if you get hurt, who's going to pay for it? Yada, yada, yada. It's like, there's always some excuse that they use now, like to what's the word for it? Just dissuade people from doing that,
Yeah, well, a lot of our places around here are still volunteer, unless you're in a big city, and then they're paid. So that's something. And I think they have CERT in every state. So I mean, that's part of you could go do that as well.
Yeah.
But instead of sitting behind the computer bitching about it, you could have done something preemptively or during the process. Not just bitch about it behind the computer.
Yeah, usually the smaller the community, the better off you are with that type of, volunteerism and people pitching in. The bigger a community gets, the the worse it is.
Yeah.
Look out there in the side chat. ZPD Survivals joined us and tearing up the chat. What are they talking about here?
Cremation, Mike Morales' channel, outdated eaters. Walter Davis says it's sticking up the wall.
What's tested in Afghanistan? They're all over the place. How many had a bug out plan, says Walter? Yeah, that's a good question. Or even just had enough sense to know that what to grab, had it in their mind, were calm about the whole process.
Yeah, I mean, everything could be replaced except for you and your family, so just roll out.
Yeah, you see some of the video of them driving out of town. It's like it's the chaos. A CHP cruiser got burned, for crying out loud. It was so chaotic. Yeah, you don't usually see responder vehicles getting burned out unless it's actual firefighting vehicle because of they get caught in a whirlwind or something. That happens. Yeah. But usually other people don't get caught up in it quite like that.
Yeah, they were stopping and taking pictures of the cars on fire with the rims melting. And I'm just thinking to myself, why are you stopping and taking a video of this shit? Everything's on fire around you. Get out of there.
Yeah, it's going to be happening to your vehicle here pretty shortly there, Skippy.
Yeah, your tires are going to explode and you're going to be SOL too,
Yeah, I wouldn't think that's not one of the things I'd think about either. Tires exploding. Well, I guess, yeah. All it takes is pop that rim and you're stuck.
Yep. And then, because they'll jump right across the roads real easy. I've seen it do like 4 lanes, where it'll jump 2 lanes and then hit the median and then jump across there just with the the wind blowing.
Yeah, in a heavy forested area like that, it's nothing.
Yeah,
it's not even. I mean, you can see the videos they have of those different egress routes out of Paradise. There jumped all over the place. They couldn't contain it at all. Mike Morales. Who's Mike Morales? Truth. I guess there's another YouTube channel Truth is talking about Mike Morales.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, people don't read maps either anymore, So once your GPS goes down or, or your phone's not working, I mean, I go every year to a truck stop and get a new set of road maps, the book.
Yeah.
Just so I can have them. And my kids are like, how do you know all these back roads and how to get around all these wrecks? I'm like, see that little book right there? That's all you need.
Well, around here, it's pretty easy around here. There's not a lot of side roads. It's pretty straightforward. And there's so much. It's if you're in any valley, you can pretty much go off road, any type of 4-wheeler, pretty easily. So that corrects itself pretty quickly.
Oh yeah.
Back there where it's either trees or built up, like you got to know which side roads going on which way and everything.
Yeah, you got some, man. I always watch your videos and I'm like, damn, that's some beautiful place out there. But my wife wouldn't like it. It's too dry for her. She likes, seasons.
A little water helps.
That's why I told her, I said, if shit ever does hit the fan and we got to roll out, I'm going west because nobody ever runs to the desert to go for, to bug out because it's just a hard terrain, like the hard terrain, hard living.
Yeah. I'd head east, so we meet in the middle then.
Yeah, we have some family and a lot of land in Cherokee, so that's from your neck of the woods, I think, somewhere over that way, right?
Yeah, down in Cherokee, North Carolina, Tennessee.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, we got plenty of land up there, so that's an option as well.
Well, that's definitely a good option. If you got a place you can pull up there, you can definitely be away from things.
Yeah, and some of the people up there are still scary, even to me, because You got
Even to you.
them old farm boys and stuff that live the life every day. I play farm life. We have a farm, but not like that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, when the closest thing you'll get to that is the back up there in the Pashtun farmers in Afghanistan. About the closest thing you'll get to that in America. It's about the same, almost the same thing going into the different regions of the Appalachian Mountains. It's almost like that in a lot of respects.
Very much so. Yeah, it's crazy. Like we'll go up there and like I think the Amish are live hard, but we go out there and visit, and I'm like, wow, I'm just amazed. Like they're still living in shacks and huts and stuff, so up in the mountains anyways.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Truth Fresh says Mike Morales does weather and maps. Which what's he studying? Truth, is talking the Malibu issue. Is that what he's studying? ZPD says he's not going anywhere. He's on my plan for the most part, unless this Congress critter decides to nuke something like his own district where all the illegal guns are, and then I gotta bug out because of fallout. That would be an exception to that rule. But
with nuclear fallout, you only have to be, at maximum 28 days that you'd have to stay in, and then the half-life of the stuff is, pretty well gone, unless you're within 20 miles or 20. Depends on the the fallout. The worst place to be is around a nuclear reactor if it goes bad. But if you actually get hit by a bomb and you're not in the 20-mile radius and the fallout, well, it'll all hit the ground by 28 days as long as you come in and decon and rinse yourself down and stuff like that. I don't want to go into a whole bunch here, but you'll survive. Just look at Nagasaki and all those places. There's people that was in ground zero that was underground that survived. They may have died 50 years later, but from cancer, but they survived.
yeah, I was trying to pull up a NBC manual on a search, but it's hit and miss. Trying to find something relatively reliable, but
I got most of them on my library.
yeah, I think I got one printed out here somewhere, but I don't want to dig for that. I just sent it to the computer.
Right.
Wait, what's this right here? Big dummy. I'm sitting here looking right at some. Yeah, NBC Warfare Survival. It's right here in front of me. Big dummy. Yeah, I do have something printed out right here. I'm a fool. What? I guess I could. I knew I had something. Oh, and this is a civilianized version of Decon 2. What I've got here, it's kind of like taken from the military to apply to a civilian application type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty good because it kind of, hey, this is what you have available. It doesn't, give you the military perspective because there you got obviously a lot more stuff available, whereas in the civilian you only got it's different stuff. Some stuff just is applicable, but let's see what talks about decon.
Pretty much anything can be made in there with baking soda and water solution.
Baking soda, yeah. Here's what he recommends. Let me see. Home decon setup, household products and procedures you can use for decon. If the contaminant is radioactive, wear full personal protective equipment, scrub with soap and water, or caustic soda or lye. Use manufacturer's instructions. Wait a second. That's for decontamination of canned foods, medical instruments, and clothing. So he's got a whole list here of different things to adapt things like that. Equipment and structural expedient field. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff.
The actual, I think it was before FEMA, but they actually have the original one like they had back in the day. Whenever they thought, the threat of.
Yeah, back when there was still civil defense and stuff.
Yeah, they actually have. You could build an expedient shelter out of, I think it's 4-inch round logs, and then you build this fan out of certain plastics. It's fairly simple. I mean, if you just do a little research, you could probably pull it up and find it for free.
Did you say a fan?
Yeah, they built inside the doorway. They built some kind of fan that's like halfway up as a wall, and then you pull fresh air in and out of the shelter that way. But it only works one way to pull it out, and then whenever it slides back, it closes the little fan lids.
Oh, positive pressure type room.
Right.
Yeah, Iridium channel, Iridium 424, I think it is.
I think so, yeah.
He did a safe room like that example a couple years ago. It worked out pretty good. He did a clean room type of example and demoed it and everything. It was pretty good. Pretty good stuff, lessons learned and whatnot, but he did that some sort of fan setup.
Yeah, because nobody has, $5,000 laying around to get that Swiss-made hand crank one,
And all the things I can do with $5,000. I only got one. What am I going to do, right? Well, it's going to start with I need to focus on water and then go from there.
Or maybe tires on the Jeep, or there's other things I can use it for.
Fortunately, they don't cost $5,000. I wouldn't have them if they did.
No, right? Yeah, no, but they're still $400 or $500. I'm sure that's what my last ones were.
Yeah, here's another one for. So still talking about the decontamination, medical instruments. You use rubbing alcohol or submerge in bleach. 3 parts water to 1 part bleach. Bring water to a boil, then completely immerse the instrument for 20 minutes. Dispose of all contaminated water in a pre-designated area outside your home. So in one area you're never going to do anything with and have to bury it later. In an emergency, clothing that has been contaminated with radioactive particles or biological agents may be washed in bleach solutions. So pretty much you're going to be wearing white clothes wherever you're at, right?
Yeah, a poopy suit.
Dispose of all. However, it's recommended that you discard them in covered container. Large interior. So rather than washing them, he's saying you need to discard them. That's what large leaf trash bags are good for. Large interior and exterior surfaces are covered in detail under equipment and structural decontamination, page 36. That's later. That's different. See, what's this fella's name? This is an old manual from like 2000. It came out right after 9/11. This guy put this together, I guess. It's a modified of, so it's copyrighted under Fred H. Lane.
I think all mine are in my backpack in the house.
Your manuals?
Because I have the updated version of oh man, I can't think of the guy's name. He was a Marine too. He does the survival bunkers and all that stuff, and he tells you everything you ever wanted to know. And then I got all the versions of it just so I could have different comparison material.
Yeah, it's like your reloading books. You got to have more than one reference, right?
Yeah.
It's always best policy to have more than one reference. That way, when you're wrong, your wife can't look at you and go, "Well, you should have done it different."
Right. Yeah. As long as she's pleased, that's all that matters.
Tommy Boy 9, I appreciate that, sir. That could have been a couple ounces of silver for you, the way the prices of silver are going. But I thank you, sir. The pigs will enjoy it, even though they're enjoying the pumpkins pretty much right now anyway. But appreciate that, Tommy Boy. Locked and Loaded 100% is with us. Said he got his iodine pills on eBay cheap. Yes, there are many different sources of iodine you can get out there. What's the other thing that you can get at there's something, is it vitamin K you get at the pharmacy? Or not vitamin K. They serve regular potassium at the vitamin aisle in your store.
It's K2O, I think.
Is that what it's called? Yeah, then that's a better than nothing. It's not full potassium iodide, but something like that, right?
Well, you can buy them fairly cheap. I mean, Amazon. I hate to use Amazon, but like it keeps track. I keep track of my stuff there. Like I'll go buy something, and then at the top it'll say, "Hey, you already bought this, idiot!" So then I have to go find it. So that's why something. Man,
You're kind of breaking up there.
I bought. Yeah, my signal's crappy.
Sometimes it's my signal though, so I have to ask. See what everybody in the chat thinks to make sure it's me or you or both. Still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. It says web page is slowing your browser down. Would you like this? What would you like to do? Stop it, please.
Yeah, the wonders of rural lifestyle, right?
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm on the thinnest wire on the end of the line too. I don't have a big pipe coming in here like a lot of people.
Well, our rural community, they're putting in fiber optic, and so as soon as that gets here, I'm going to open my store and start putting stuff online more often. But I'm just stuck with this broadband crap, and as you can see, it breaks up an awful lot. So.
Oh, really? Huh. Bikes and Bullets asks if they're talking about Corporal's Corner. He does a lot of that stuff.
No, this guy, he was a general or a major or something in the Marine Corps. I can't think of his name right now, and I don't want to go searching for it because it'll lag me out, and I won't be able to talk at all.
Really, you can't have a browser open and man, how's that broadband? That doesn't sound like broadband at all. Sounds like dial-up.
It sounds bad,
right? Yeah, M. Long recommends also you got tincture of iodine. You can get it $2 for Wally World. That would probably work too in a pinch. Just doing it solution.
Yeah, truth. The iodine crystals are considered controlled substance, so that's why they regulate them.
Oh, really? Yeah, Truth says for Fallout, 100 milligrams per day.
It depends on how old you are. I have some for bids.
Yeah, there's an age breakdown. I have a chart like that here somewhere too. That's like under 12 or something like that. Yeah, here it is. I didn't even plan this. I just happen to have this stuff out. Yeah, also by let's see here. Also by pounds, how large. Children 12 and older to take a 65 milligram pill, but it's safe to take 100. Yeah, I've got a chart on that. But it also goes by weight too, as well as age. So that's something. I think the some of the ones you get on Amazon, on the back of it, it actually tells you those charts, I believe, of what the doses are for age. You still there, Irish?
Yeah, I didn't know if you were freezing or if it was me.
Oh, it might. I don't think I'm freezing. I got nobody else on the internet. Better not be me. Hey, Andy and NH, I believe that's New Hampshire's here. What's going on? You out in the Great White North up there?
Sorry, I was unprepared to have a Fallout discussion tonight.
Oh yeah, I wasn't. Just literally, I had it right in front of me. I'd forgotten I'd stashed it right here next to my monitor. So it's good to have a reference. But yeah, it's broken down on this chart by the milligram of your dosage. By it's got examples for 65 milligram liquid, 65 milligram tablets, 130 milligram tablets, and also the age and weight of the individual. Over 12 is the kind of break point primarily, but you can also obviously cut a pill or crush it if you need to for younger types, etc.
Truth Freeze is talking about epinephrine. What do we need epinephrine for? That's what they used to give us in the shots, 2-pan chloride and
Nerve agent, yeah. Valium. Yeah, that's a separate. I don't think he didn't threaten us with nerve agent, did he? He said maybe we still got lots of nerve agent stockpile he's going to use on us too.
And then M. Long says Royal Kentucky is not on the target list. We already look bombed.
They've already suffered through the economic depression enough.
Well, you have a lot of military bases down there. Fort Knox is there.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, Fort Knox, Fort Campbell. What else is around in that area?
Bowman Field. There's a couple of them.
Yeah, I think everybody here was for the original discussion on this this Eric Swalwell character, right? Everybody knows what we're referencing for getting bombed by a congressman. But yeah, he didn't threaten with his nerve agent, so I don't think epinephrine may be necessarily needed.
They haven't escalated to that yet, and that'll be next.
Oh, here was a follow-on tweet. I think that Joe Biggs snapped, and it didn't get. Check this out. So this didn't get caught up in some of the feeds, but I guess Joe Biggs snapped this. So after his statement of that the nukes are legit, Joe says our government would nuke its own country in order to take guns. Wow. And then this character Swalwell says, "Don't be so dramatic. You claiming you need a gun to protect yourself against the government is ludicrous. But you seem like a reasonable person. If an assault weapons ban happens, I'm sure you'll follow the law." That was his statement. So that conversation did continue, but it obviously didn't follow with all the other responses and the other tweets. So he's assured that we'll all follow the law, I guess, and there'll be no need for the nuclear weapons. But I guess it's new that nuclear weapons are a law enforcement tool now.
Oh, they have everything else. They might as well. Tactical nukes and
right. Yeah. So everybody in the chat that just hasn't kind of brushing up on our nuclear preparedness, fallout preparedness in case this guy gets in charge of anything, or people like mine or like Nancy Pelosi gets in charge. Yeah, Bikes and Bullets says follow the law. Which one, right? They're worried about bourbon being cut off from Kentucky if they get taken out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, people say some things on Twitter, they're not serious, but I don't know. This guy seems pretty serious about you will follow the law or else.
He forgot that he's a human just like us, and he really doesn't have much more power. He needs to be recalled, I think, and maybe the shit slapped out of him, maybe.
Yeah, being in East Bay of California is not much hope for us on that case, I don't think. Probably won't help us much at all. Bikes, you gonna jump in here or what? You're out there chatting away. You're not gonna come in here and help us out? We're struggling along. Dogs hear something out there. So what else did you expect to experience tonight there, Irish?
You never know with these things. Sometimes they go off the chain. Sometimes they stay on task.
Well, I'm relying on you to take it off the rails, Usually I have to rely on Tony or somebody, but it looks like it's down to you. He's at work still, so and Mule's not coming in. He checked out earlier, so
I just try to stay off most radars, and I do some crazy videos, so I don't. People probably don't take me serious half the time.
Crazy videos. Is that what you call those?
Yeah, like the water one where I'm flicking the water. I was like, oh, I don't know. I just need to throw this out there because maybe somebody will get it. I don't know, but they should outlaw water, because it can kill you.
Right. Yeah, no sarcasm intended at all on that, right?
Right. Bikes has joined.
And then there was fucking 3.
And then it's all over. Once you get a force, we can get a team in force. We're taking over the world.
Oh shit, we got a fire team now. I don't want to fuck you guys up and go off the rails. I'm just here to listen, man, and support you.
Right. Truth Free says she's been meaning to get 100 proof vodka for tinctures, which is more practical than whole herbs. Interesting. So you use the vodka and the alcohol to make a tincture structure of some sort and use that. And Malta Davis says uncut moonshine will work as well. What are you using these tinctures for, Truth Freeze? That's some pretty good
infections, stuff. Treating wounds, things like that.
Okay, there it is. Farther up, ZPD survival. Yeah, 90% vodka for medical. And tinctures, not meant to drink. Well, you never know, and you might need to drink it too, ZPD. That's some good info.
Good evening. Good evening. You two got magnificent freaking beards, and I just cannot keep up.
Yeah, you got to take and rub a little chicken shit on it, and it'll make it grow better.
Is that what it is? That shit kind of fucking smells, man. I just can't get it near the old fucking nasal cavity.
It's that city living does you in, Bikes. That's what it is.
No, I'll be grilling here in the next 45 minutes, man. Steak night, Saturday night.
Where are you located? Are you like on the east or the west?
Las Vegas.
Oh, okay. We'll say it's dark as shit here at 5 o'clock now.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
16:30, man. It already the heat tab goes down and it's already overshadowed.
Yeah, it gets all down to what, 60 down there?
Something like that. It's nice and warm for this time of year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Still run the air conditioning on Christmas.
It's the first one of the year, Bikes.
Oh, great.
We didn't after the
cheers,
shutdown.
Man. Cheers. Irish, you drinking? Are you partaking in some alcoholic beverage this evening or what?
No, after I get off here, I got to go back and do some machining, so I have to be crispy.
You got to be back out.
I didn't catch all that.
What was that, Bikes? You broke up. Bikes, you there? I think we lost it.
Yeah, I think he went to answer his phone.
Oh.
Yeah, my phone is ringing. I'm sorry about that. It's
no
the
worries.
wife.
We thought you were talking to us.
Yeah. It's the wife. 911. Let me hear your freaking sirens. What the hell's going on? I'll be right back.
Yeah, Truth. The Sierra Nevada brewery was threatened by that fire up in Paradise because it's near Chico, and they had shut down for a little bit. And I texted Bikes, or I sent him a message on the G Plus there and said, "Panic! You better go stock up because they're going to be out of action for a while." But they opened a few days later, so it wasn't the end of the world.
Valerian root, that's good. I planted some of that, and then I also did on Truth Freeze. I do dabble in the herbs, the legal ones, anyways. Now everyone is gone.
Oh, sorry about that.
Now HTP is on mute because he has a phone call.
Yeah, I wasn't on the phone with him. I'm just letting you know it wasn't me. It was my. She's like, you gotta fire up the grill. I'm on my way home. Yeah, whatever.
Baby, you can't rush perfection. That's what I always tell mine.
Dude, perfection. If there was perfection, there would be no problems in the world, right?
Right. But that's my excuse to her. I'm like, you can't rush perfection. The grill takes a while.
I can only imagine the way she freaking looks at you.
Right, the same way your wife would if you looked at her like, told her that.
Oh, she knows are too busy rolling around in her head. How you doing? Long time no hear, man.
Pretty good, pretty good. You know. How about yourself?
Is it cold yet?
Yeah, we had an ice storm the other day, knocked the power out most of our area and surrounding counties and stuff. But then it was 48 today, and it's supposed to be 51 tomorrow on rain. So,
Any of you guys listening out there, go check out Irish USMC Vet, some nice little freaking heating pucks, things like that. Go check him out, man. Want to learn how to make a slam fire? Go check him out. It's good shit, dude. I've got those videos saved. In fact, I downloaded them to save them. You did a couple of videos presenting the sheer, well, I don't want to go the other way. We'll just say the sheer genius of people out there creating their own little defense mechanisms.
oh yeah,
That was good to go, man.
I have. I mean, I got so many ideas and so many plans. I mean, you can just look them up online, man. And I don't know if it's just my background or what, but I mean, I can reverse engineer pretty much anything you put in front of me, and I'm not the only one. You know, there's other people that could do more things than I can. And I mean, I have an end mill and a metal lathe, and I mean, I can make anything you want. So.
Oh, heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. That's good stuff. You have a lathe, huh?
Yeah, I got a metal and a wood lathe.
Mm-hmm. Do all kinds of good stuff with that.
Yeah, I mean, you can turn the stock, and I mean, you can buy the barrels now, so I don't necessarily have to do that, but I can flute them and pretty much anything you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not into fancy stuff because I like to use my stuff. My buddies are all like, "Oh, your rifle has scratches on it, and the." I'm like, yeah, I drag it through the fucking woods. I mean, I throw it in the back of the truck because that's what it's made to do.
Well, you know what? You probably think along the lines of the way I think. And whenever I hear that from people scratching your shit up, are you shitting me? I don't plan on getting rid of this. What do I care? Does it work? Yeah. Function check good to go? Yeah. Well, then, what do I care? I plan on keeping it, not selling it.
Well, I try to Cerakote everything.
That's
and I hydro dip some stuff. It just depends. But I mean, once you put the hydro dip on, it's just gonna scratch off anyway. So, but I have done it for a few people.
actually, you know what? As a matter of fact, that M1A in my icon right there, that's hydro dipped, and then a matte clear of Cerakote sprayed over it. It's pretty damn durable, man. Really durable.
I tried some rubber coating, like a rubberized matte finish stuff, and it helped it out a little bit. But I mean, when I say I go hard, I'm running and gunning and teaching people, the same things that I was taught in the military. So, I mean, you're dragging your rifle through here, you're dragging it through here, you're
right.
So, I mean, I still do a lot of the stuff that I'm still able to do, and people are just like, but it's scratched. I'm like, okay. So
Yeah.
you tell me that if you have to hit the dirt in an active shooter situation, are you going to, let me lay a towel down so my rifle doesn't get scratched? No, you're going to hit the fucking dirt and get behind cover. And if you got to scuff it up to shove it around the corner to fire at somebody, you're going to do it. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So it doesn't matter.
Think about the brain drain that takes. You know, I don't want to scratch my shit up while I train, and I'm worried about it scratching while I train. You know what I mean? That's just fucking. Those two don't equate. It just does not equate. I don't worry about scratches as long as my shit's clean. That's all I give a shit about.
Yeah, as long as the cycle's fine and magazines loading fine, and I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's the use of having a safe queen? I mean, if there's no use,
right?
You're not going to train with it. If it comes down to a real life situation, you're not going to want to use it because you're like, oh my god, it's going to get all scratched up, or I might drop it. No, fuck that. It's a tool. Like I don't put my hammers in a special padded case. No, I throw them in the fucking toolbox and be done with it.
Yep. The garage or a toolbox gun. So I don't, as long as it functions. I don't know. You spend $500 on a gun, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not high end or anything like that. I don't give a shit. It goes in the toolbox with my tools. That's just one of my things. I don't really give a shit about scratches. That's just us. That's our frame of mind, though. You know what I'm saying? So I'm pretty sure there's many, 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 many like us that don't give a shit about scratches.
Yeah, I mean, it just didn't make any sense to me. I have a friend. He's like that, and he swears he's like, "Oh, I take good care of it," and da 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 da. I'm like, okay, well, I carry a Glock, and I can throw it down the fucking concrete and let it bounce 6 times, and still go pick it up and shoot it. And
as long as it's bent, as long as it functions, shit.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it before. I had my first original, like back when I was in the military, I bought a Glock 19 or Glock 17 long. And my buddy's like, oh, that's a piece of shit. That's back whenever they didn't really have a whole lot of polymer guns. And so I was like, okay, watch this. And I left one in the chamber. It was in the pipe. And I just chucked that motherfucker across the parking lot. He's like,
were Jaws dropping or what?
I walked over and picked it up. I was like, ta 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 ta. I was like, see, you do that to a 1911 and shit's going to fall off of it. You can't shoot it. I mean,
no, I don't know. I've actually, I had an old beat up 1911 that I would actually kind of fuck around with and test with. I've got 4 1911s. I've always had 1911s. And then I have other guns too, but there was one I had and I didn't really give a shit about it. And it was just one that I would test. So I don't know, throwing it around the desert, shit like that. I've never, and then firing it, that's just personal. Not every 1911 is the same, you know that. So
right. Oh,
I've never had a bad experience.
I'm not knocking 1911s. I like all guns. I mean, that's like new tools. I always like new tools when they come out too. But I mean, I busted the safety lever on the back, and the gun wouldn't fire. And at that point, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to take this out of the house anymore because I'm rough on stuff. I crawl underneath cars with it in my holster, and so that's my story. I mean, like I said, I have a gambit, of weaponry, and I carry the Glock because it's always been reliable to me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not a hater of Glocks. I just personally don't prefer them for teaching purposes, things like that. For my own little group of people and my neighbors and friends and things like that. Right now, I've got a Springfield sitting right here on the bench, and it's just as good, if not better, in my own opinion, of Glock. But to each his own. You know what I mean? It's your choice, operator's choice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, all my kids have their own choice. One of my daughters runs a Ruger. My son, I think, has CZ. I mean, I'm not a Glock fanboy in that aspect. I don't care. If it fits your hand and it shoots and you can use it accurately, I don't care what it is, as long as you have it to protect yourself with or whatever.
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, there's no such thing as this is better, that's better, this is better. I hate that. Gun community, what I call them is gun communists, but whatever. But I don't believe in the whole better than, this is better, that's better than this is, and I don't run into many operators. So.
You have to admit though, the 1911 makes a better club. It's a fact.
Dude, I will beat the fuck out of somebody with my shit as soon as I'm out, dude. I will
Exactly.
fucking just to whip a motherfucker bad, dude.
I mean, if I wouldn't get crazy looks, I'd carry my my Krinkhoff Polish pistol, you know. But there's something about carrying around a 40-round magazine or something, they get upset.
Oh,
You've got
really?
one of
So 40-round mag?
Yeah,
What caliber is it?
Crink,
760.
huh?
Man.
Yep, crink off. Yep, crink.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Polish
That's badass.
pistol.
Crink off.
Yeah.
Right on. Hey, Saints, get in here and join the gun chat if you're going to talk it up.
Cool gun chat. Saints is out
Saints
there.
looking.
He loves my airsoft avatar. He loves it, man. He knows that shit's dope.
Yeah, I
That's
bet.
the dope right there. You got a big ass dope sitting right behind it.
You not grilling tonight?
Yeah, here in about 40 minutes as soon as the wife gets here.
Oh, you're hitting it up late, huh?
Yeah, it's all her schedule, man.
I see.
Baked potatoes, a little bit of corn, and some freaking New York strips.
ZPD survival makes a good point there. It's a battle rifle. It's just that. Just slam it. I mean, because you don't want your. That's the biggest thing. Whenever I'm shooting with people, they'll lose their sights and stuff. I mean, Loctite that stuff for real, because it's going to come off no matter how tight you tighten it. If you use the correct tools, it's still going to come off at some point if you don't Loctite it.
Hey, I'm Long out there mentions he bought a T-Sauce or a T-Sa. That's actually a T-Sauce 1911. I actually had my eye on one. T-Sauce put out a limited edition USMC version, actually, and I didn't buy it. It was from Buds. He says he loves it. That's cool, man. Rock Island, 9mm. I've got 2 Rock Islands in 45, and they run. I know that.
Yeah,
I've got over 1,000 through one.
ZPD Survival is talking about Glocks too. He's like, look, the reason why I like Glock is my own personal reason, but like I said, because you can, I've personally thrown it stuff, but you can customize it as far as like changing the grips and everything, because it's polymer. You can sand it down. I've actually made a mistake one time when I was doing a Kydex sheath, and I forgot to put the magazine back in it and collapsed the mag well completely flat, like a taco, you know. And I heated it back up with a heat gun and stuck the magazine in with 2 wraps of thick tape on it, and
it cycled.
Yeah, and it's perfect. It runs like a champ now. It's still drop free and everything.
Are you running a G19?
No, I'm not right now. I got my wife bought me a G30.
Okay.
So I've been carrying that.
I've got about 8 mags, man. I want to do like a giveaway because I don't need them. I've got 2 sticks that are 33 rounders, and then I've got 6. I've got 4 Glock standard capacity mags. I think they're 17 rounders, and then I've got 2 P mags that are 17 rounders. I was thinking about just giving them away, man.
I did the Glock 19 80%, the one with the broach magwell way back in the day. So I got a 17, 19, a 30, a 22. I got quite a few of them. So
you got enough mags?
I don't think that's a silly question there, Marine. Can you ever have enough magazines?
I mean, I understand loadout and all that other trash, but I was just wondering if you got enough mags.
I don't think you ever can. My daughter runs a 7 or a 19, and she just turned 14, and then my other daughter, she runs a 17 still. So yeah, I just gave Ebomi a bunch of mags because I didn't have any use for them. I tried to sell them, and nobody wanted them, so I just gave him to Ebomi because he had he was doing a rebuild for some gun or something, and I just sent them to him because I didn't have any use for them.
Is he that close to you, or did you mail him to him?
I mailed them to him. They were not loaded.
You really don't want to say hi to the gents? No, huh?
Bye.
Bye. Okay. All right. Bye. I gotta get my ass. I gotta get my ass in gear and go heat up that grill.
There you go. Hook it up. We got Saints in here to hold on the fort till you come back.
I'm gonna go ahead and put my email out. What's going on, Lewis?
I just thought I'd jump in and listen to this nuclear chat for a minute.
Careful, you might catch something.
Ooh.
I'm gonna put my email out. Tommy boy, you already have my email, so you're excluded. No, I'm playing with you, man. But no, I've got some magazines to give away, so see who really needs them. I'll put my email out.
All right.
Yeah, of course. The NSA. Truth Freeze, of course the NSA already has it.
Magazines for what, Bikes?
They're G19 mags.
Oh. Yeah, it's like I got a G23. Yeah.
You run that HK too. That's a nice ass pistol, man.
Yeah, HK is kind of the daily thing, but I got one Glock.
Glock's I really want that FN57. Have you guys seen that?
Yes.
That is
badass.
What about the FN there, Irish?
It's a beautiful gun. I just can't bring myself to pay $1,200 for it right now.
That's a pistol?
Yeah, it's a FN57 and it's a pistol and it holds I think 20 rounds in the magazine, but it's a 5.7 pistol.
That's crazy. Mm-hmm. That's pretty pricey for a pistol.
Yeah, and they're
you know what though? Is it me or does the Canic kind of remind you of that FN, Irish?
Yeah, I think you're right. Who was it that copied the Glock and has to pay them every time they sell one?
Well, Smith & Wesson had a big lawsuit for copying one of the Glocks.
Was it?
That was a while
Sigma.
ago.
Lewis, the Sigma, right? I think it was a Sigma series, one of their Sigma pistols. I think it was.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had to change it and give them some money, and took for them on Christmas the whole 9 yards.
My son carries. I forget what my son carries. My oldest son. He has one, and it looks almost exactly like a Glock.
Yeah. Sigma. Yeah. Smith Sigma. Yeah, that's right.
I know the Sigma a long time ago got into a battle with them, but there's a bunch of them out there now that in the dark, if you didn't know the difference, you'd be like, hang on.
I got a funny story real quick, and then I'm going to bail out of here. All right. My brother, before he went in the Army, he was with NLVPD out here, and he had this Jeep Cherokee. He had a Jeep Cherokee, and it was his Wrangler, actually. He bought one of those lock box consoles, and he was carrying a Sigma 40. And right outside the PD where he parked, he went in to do some shit, and then he was going to go park around back. He had one stolen right out of his Jeep. And to this day, I still make fun of him about it because I'm just thinking to myself, a cop in front of a police station. A fucking pistol stolen out of a fucking Jeep with a lockbox in it. And I just laugh at it. So quick little story about that.
How I store my stuff in my vehicle.
It never turned up. No, I'll never tell you where I'm storing my shit in my vehicle, but that's all right. But I just thought that was funny, man, and I never ever let him.
Not down there.
It was funny as shit, dude. I was laughing my ass off. He was all freaked out about it because he never had anything like that happen, of course. And he's like, "Oh man, fuck! Somebody's gonna steal. Somebody's gonna use my gun in a fucking crime." I'm like, "Duh," you know what I mean?
You think?
Yeah, that was funny, man. I just thought it was hilarious. You got to know my brother, I guess, to get the joke, but it's pretty fucking funny.
It's still pretty funny. I mean, a cop gets his gun stolen, and Didn't get used. Yeah,
out of
which
his
is really
vehicle,
odd.
man.
They probably
And the
didn't
whole
listen
purpose
to-
the whole purpose of him buying that lockbox console was for that fucking pistol, dude.
What was that?
That's
How
what
was the
makes it
Cherokee
funny.
was it?
No, it wasn't a Cherokee. It was his Wrangler. He had a Cherokee and then he had a Wrangler. It was his
How old
Wrangler.
was the Wrangler?
It was a 95, 95.
Oh, okay. So I don't know if they had locking consoles in because all the new ones lock both the middle and the dash. But
No, it was aftermarket HD.
Yeah. well, I know we bought one aftermarket, but the new ones even have the center console locks.
Yeah,
I'm like, man, they
I'm
took a big screwdriver and they took a big screwdriver and went right through that motherfucker, dude. It was funny. I mean,
Aftermarket one? It was that bad? Is aftermarket one?
yeah, it was. Yeah, I was shocked, man. I was like, man, you can tell they just used a screwdriver to pry it. You know,
Pry bar?
separate the lock from the tumbler where the little arm that locks it over.
Right.
I was like, man, that's some funny shit after looking at it.
The
Oh,
thing
he was
is,
all
they
paranoid
knew it
about
was
it.
in there. They had to know it was in there to go after it.
What's that?
They had to know it was in there.
Somebody, well, in the summertime, he'd roll with no top on, all that other shit. You just walk by and look, you can see it's a lockbox.
Okay, I guess, yeah. It was under the front seat?
No. It's center console, right in between the seats.
Oh, it goes there. Is that where it went? Oh, so more obvious. Yeah, all the
More
ones we got now are like under the seat.
Right.
Or in
This
the back, behind the back seat.
It was pretty cool. It had a little armrest, and all that other shit, but part of the lid. But it was a lockbox, man, and they just went right through that fucker, dude, within 15, 20 minutes after he got there. I just thought it was fun.
It just screams break into me because there might be something inside of me.
Right.
Oh, there's probably definitely something inside you.
Yeah.
To do it in front of the cop shop, though, that's pretty bold.
That's what I thought. I was like, man, they can fucking zoom in, they can catch a plate or whatever, and he never disclosed that. I never did get a follow-up on that, but that gun never turned up. So,
hey, I'll give you another good one. They stole the air conditioner out of the bottom window of the sheriff's office here.
The sheriff's office?
Yeah, they got an air conditioner, one of them 110 air conditioners. They just went up to the window and took last summer. Went up to the window, raised the window, grabbed the air conditioner, and took off with it.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's definitely a small town sheriff right there.
Holy no,
yeah, right.
It's pretty good size sheriff's office. It was just on the back of the building down near the floor. They've got the jail over there. The old jail was down in the basement, and it was on the very end of the building. I don't know whether they had offices back there or whatever, but bada boom, bada bing, you got no AC.
Damn.
That's pretty funny.
And I'm not bullshitting you, man. There are generally multiple cameras everywhere that point everywhere at police stations. I mean, it's just it's almost unthinkable that somebody's actually doing that shit on camera. They got
cameras now, but it's too late. The aircon's done gone.
That's funny, man.
That was probably when the copper was real high because the meth heads were stealing them. The outside units, the big ones that go for your central heat and air around here. I mean, because you're getting almost $4 a pound for copper, so they cut them loose outside.
Hey.
Well, they were stealing that, and they were stealing the aluminum screens off the outside of the buildings.
I would say this though, Saints. If you can't catch an airplane hitting the Pentagon, it's gonna be hard to catch an air conditioner getting stolen out of a cop shop. So
dude, yeah,
I can see the difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but smart motherfuckers, they'll make their car a trap car. You know what I mean? Or a trap truck, or you know what I'm saying, right? When I use the word trap.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, good luck finding my shit in my truck. That's all I can tell you, man. It's not.
If you put a bunch of 2-aught treble hooks in there tied to some 250-pound shark leader, they'll be there when you get back.
I actually we do a decoration for Christmas and stuff, and for Thanksgiving and all that stuff, and people kept stealing these inflatables my wife would buy. So I got smart, and I put these screw hooks in the ground for like the dogs, but they're a lot deeper. They're for those shelter houses or whatever. And so everything I rigged out in the yard, I zip tied cable to and everything. So you could get away with it, 15, 20 feet.
That's smart.
And
Yeah.
I'll be damned if the dog didn't have somebody out there in the middle of the road pinned down chewing on them because they had took off and were wrapped up and had 2 or 3 of them in their hand. And they got out there and it jerked them back like hitting a clothesline on a bicycle.
Oh, that's funny, man. People are fucking dumb. They are fucking dumb, man.
My only regret is I wish I'd had a camera out by the road so I could have seen that and put it on YouTube. That'd have been hilarious.
That'd have been worth the expressions alone, on their faces, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. Hi, Desert. Thanks for having me, man.
All right, Mike, go have your drill on.
Thank you. Irish. Step 5.
Godspeed, brother.
Lewis. Good evening.
Be safe, brother.
Get these guys in check. Put them on point.
Oh, we're just gonna run them off the road. We're gonna get a little mud under the body in just a minute.
Oh, good. I'll watch this later. All right. Good night.
Have a good one, Bikes. Thanks. Maybe Tony will come in here and pick up his slack now. Yes, Saints, we were wanting to get in here your point of view earlier on decon procedures. We thought you might be well versed in nuclear radiation decon.
Well, I was listening to y'all on the way home or trying to, but I don't know whether it kept cutting out or somebody kept losing signal because I kept beating on my phone and it'd say something and it'd stall out for a minute and it'd say something else. But y'all was pretty close. You decontaminate everything with, was it sodium hypochlorite or Clorox bleach? Because I know now they even tell you, with the old gas mask, to clean them, they actually dip them in a diluted bleach mix, and it keeps everything, that white stuff, from going in. Because if you put them on, all that minerals and salt and stuff on your face, they'll start eating at that rubber, and it'll eventually biodegrade, or it's no good anymore. So that's how you always did maintenance on a mask, was dip it in that or wipe it out with that. It's Clorox bleach. It's just real weak diluted bleach mix.
Right.
The same thing on vehicles. I think they contaminate vehicles and equipment with sodium hypochlorite. If I remember right now, a long time ago.
Right. Yeah. I was telling Irish earlier, I got a manual here that was written by a guy kind of for civilian preparedness on NBC stuff. Kind of took the military perspective and kind of gave it to a civilian spin with what you'd have available, because you're not going to have the same stuff available to use. So kind of just put it in civilian terms, what would be available in those cases. It's pretty interesting.
Actually, I use a full face mask whenever I do like metal grinding and stuff, and I'm pretty sure you can get the cartridges. It's a 3M mask, but it's a full face because I don't want that stuff in my eyes. But you can get those, and they're just as good as a gas mask if you get the correct cartridges.
Yeah, there's the rating on them. I can't remember what the OSHA rating is for a full NBC capability, but yeah, they have them out there for sure. Is it like anything used for painting, like the painters that level or higher?
Yeah, I think they're in N99 or N95, but the cartridges, some of them are inorganic, some of them are organic, and if you actually go to 3M's website, you can order chemical cartridges. But most of my stuff, like I said, metal and composites and stuff like that. That's what I do. So that's what I get them for, and they work perfect. I mean,
right. But it's what you got. It's what you got, right?
yeah. I mean, anything's better than nothing. I mean, as long as you don't breathe in the fallout, you'll be fine. You can wash the rest of it off of you.
Well, fine as you can get, having moderate radiation exposure.
Right.
How bad it is.
Yeah, don't inhale it, don't eat it.
Yeah. So pretty much anything with a wrapper or a peel would be good to eat that you can take off. I guess the only thing you'd be worried about is any fresh vegetables or anything that would have it that you don't peel off or anything, right?
Well, some of that stuff, once it gets irradiated, like say you got a pallet of food sitting out in the open and the radiation settles on top of it and it's definitely hot, you check it with a counter and it's rattling like it's fixing to fly apart. I think that actually irradiates the food and you can't eat the food once it's been irradiated. You can't simply, it's just like water or air or anything else. I mean, it's particles in there, but the particles are so minute that and I think once it's actually radiated, just like gold and silver. That was the deal back in the movie Goldfinger with James Bond years ago, back in the 60s and 70s. They were going to irradiate that gold where nobody could touch it. So metals and it soaks that radiation up and hence it becomes radioactive and it's no good. It's too hot to mess with it.
Oh yeah. That's a chat first, Saints. I don't think we've ever had a 007 reference on the chat before.
Well, the storyline came from somewhere, so.
Truth Freeze asked, chlorine was used in war. Yes, it's I think it's a mustard gas. It's chlorine gas, and that when inhaled blisters your lungs, I think, and causes you to drown. Also blisters your skin.
That's another misconception about like poison gas and stuff like that. It's not this. You just can't breathe it. You can't get droplets or anything else on you. You're done for, and it'll penetrate. It'll penetrate clothing. So. Yeah,
that's what pissed me off because they gave us those anthrax shots, and I was in the run that had that they were bad, and they only gave us 5 out of the 6. And then whenever I asked questions about it, they were like, well, it only protects you if you get it on your skin. If you inhale it, you're still going to die. I'm like, well, that's real good. Give me some stuff that doesn't work and then tell me that.
Well, that's like us. That's like us. They gave us a set of rabies shot, and it was a series of 3 shots. And they come through every morning and said, everybody's got to get these shots. And they give you a shot on top of your arm with an insulin needle. Or let me verify. They said it was a rabies shot. So for if you trust your gut, I'm here from the government to help. So anyway, I ain't going down that road. But anyway, they come out every day, and it was in an insulin needle. It looked just like an insulin needle with a little bitty needle on the end of it, and they gave it to you just under your skin. Man, it'd make a big old blister on your arm, and you had to get one every day. And they said, "Well, if I'm bitten, I'm good, right?" And I said, "No. This is only if like a monkey scratches you." Or you stick your hand in some feces, or you get some waste or urine or something from an infected animal in a cut, that'll protect you from that. But no, if they bite you, you still got to go through all those series of shots. I'm like, oh, great. So
that's Irish. They told you that shot wouldn't be good for inhalation anthrax?
Yeah, they told us it was only good for if you came in contact with the liquid, and they said if we inhaled it in an aerosol form, that it would still kill us.
That shouldn't be true. That should work both ways. That's the way it's supposed to not work. I don't know. Maybe like you said, it was a bad batch, but
we were supposed to get 6 shots, and we were being deployed, and they ended up only giving us 5 because the batch was supposedly bad or something. And then we ran out. I don't know what happened, but and then I asked Doc, because our corpsman guy, and he's like, yeah, they told us that it will only work on if you get it on your skin, not the inhalation part.
Yeah, that shouldn't be true at all. It should, if it's a good series, at least, because the anthrax shot's been around for a long time. They've been using them for decades. It's not new. But if it was a bad run, I guess.
Because we only got 5 out of the 6.
Yeah.
And so of course everybody was asking questions, and me being me, I had to ask questions.
Yeah, when I got my second run of that anthrax shot, I've never been sicker in my life. I thought I was going to die. I was bad. I had a bad reaction to that one. But
Yeah, I was the guy, I was that guy that would go into the gas chamber, and I wouldn't even put my mask on 90% of the time. And they're like, one time the gunner, he goes, hey, I about said my last name. He goes, hey, such and such, Corporal such and such, and I was like, yeah. He's like, this is a real live nerve agent. Don't take your mask off in here like you usually do and jump around and act crazy. I'm like, Roger that, guns.
Running around that crazy.
We'd go there so often. It was just because I was stationed right next to where we went to gas mask training. So,
Yeah.
I was always the idiot that would volunteer to go over and train people. So I would act crazy.
Right.
I know they had a big push back in the early days of the service when it changed over from like guerrilla war, because a lot of back during the 90s, they had the 80s and 90s, they had a transition from like a guerrilla type war into a conventional type war when the Cold War was going on. Oh, everything was Russia, oh, you got to do this because they do that, and they're like lightning troops, they do blitzkrieg, and they design their stuff to where it goes so far, and that's when they changed over and started pushing the NBC again, and the reason they told us they started pushing that NBC was every fourth round or fifth round. Now, the Russians are big about using those rocket launcher, multiple MRLA, whatever it is, multiple rocket launcher system, got like 40 cubes on it. They told us that every fourth round out of one of those, now this may have been BS too, but they said every fourth round out of one of those is a gas round. So when they're actually using those on the battlefield, they're going to make you put your mop gear on because they're going to, or that was their procedure, back then, that they're going to gas you. Every fourth explosive round, the fifth one's going to be gas. So you're going to have to fight in a mop suit. So, and man, that is no bueno.
Right.
We had a crazy gunner. He'd walk into the damn chow hall and throw CS gas, and just so you'd be prepared. I mean, we were in Tent City, and he walks in there. Everybody's in there in chow, and he just starts popping CS grenades and walks out the other side of the fucking mess tent. Like, haha, have a good day, guys.
Wake up, America. It's a good wake up.
Oh, he would definitely keep you frosty. That's for sure. No doubt about it. But this was also the guy that would drive around base with a blow-up doll in the passenger seat strapped in. So
he could drive in the fast lane to get to work?
In the hub lane, yeah.
I've heard of people getting busted doing that before.
Oh, no, this one was naked, and yeah, she was completely naked.
That sounds like Tony right there, carpooling in the carpool lane with 3 mannequins in the truck with him.
Right.
Got 2 in the back seat.
That's the way to roll.
And just for the fun of it, he put hijabs on all of them where they'd be scared to stop them.
You didn't want to be culturally insensitive?
Right.
So Partisan Gorilla just put a comment in there. Did anybody see Jay Sparks' vid on him losing his house and bugging out from Cali? And no, I didn't. And I didn't even know. Wow. I'm looking for his channel right now. Did anybody else see that? I don't know that. You guys know who Sparks is?
Yeah, that's no good.
I thought it was just Sparks.
Well, I thought he lived in Utah.
No, he lives in Cali. He's got property over here on this side of the border, but he's from Cali. I thought he was further south of Chico than that. I didn't know he was in that area. I'm going to try to look it up.
Tactical Tones in the house.
Does he make it? He made it out of work? Surfing away?
Yeah.
He heard us dogging him out. That's what it was. He figured he'd better get in here and defend himself.
Oh, here it is. Yep. I'm going to pull this up, guys. Give me a second. Yeah, he hasn't done a video in years. And I was like, I didn't know he still did video. But yeah, he pull this up here and see what he had to say. Pull this up.
You know who this is? This is Sparks. Brad from the refuge and all that crap, you know. We were in the so-called campfire, Magalia, California. Our house is vaporized. We just saw a picture of it. We've seen a picture of it. It's gone. I was prepared.
Hold on, I'm
see
not
if I can
screen
show
sharing.
you.
Hold on. Daggum operator error. Just a second.
We had our motorhome, our trailer, my red Jeep back there, my red Jeep. If there's comments on here, I can't see them. I don't even know if it's broadcasting. Jeep, trailer, motorhomes all paid for. We left a 2010 Jeep up there and a Prius. 2 cats. I couldn't retrieve them because they hid and we had to get the hell out of there. My escape routes and plans all worked according to plan, or according to, I'd say 88% things worked according to plan. I had got my neighbor next door, was lost, unprepared. She's with us. My neighbor's next door, borrowed 5 gallons of gas. I had gas in the garage. Motorhome was full of gas for the last 2 years, ready to go. Replaced the timing chain in it not too long ago. She's running beautiful. Generator, everything works on her, so we have a roof over our head for now. My other Jeep works good, just got a lift kit put on it and all that, but we didn't need it on this. The Jeep was my Chinese falling out of the sky vehicle, and the motorhome was for fires or what have you. Whatnot. Sometimes we were thinking about putting it on one of our properties. Either way, we would have still had a second home to go to. We have 2 options for land. We own 40 in Nevada. With our new governor, I'm kind of iffy on going there. And then we have some land in northwest Arizona. But that's coming up in the future, man. But other than that, we got our 4 dogs, 3 of our 5 cats, other tools and essentials, food, water. We lost a whole lot of preps that we had, a lot of food and everything in the house. Couldn't load everything time we had. If you want to know what it was like, it sounded like a marching army coming toward us with their explosions and all that shit going off all over while the whole town of Paradise was burning. It didn't burn the whole all of Magalia. It only burned pretty much where we lived and some of the neighborhood. One of our neighbors on our side on the outer perimeter of the road that we lived on. We lived on Temple Circle. 14082 Temple Circle. If you guys want to look it up online, you get the little fire dots. You just click on it, and you can see the picture of what's left of our house. My wife's Buddha survived. Of course, that fucking thing was made of solid stone or something. I don't know. But other than that, everything else is fucking gone, vaporized. Had an air rifle collection I left behind, gone. I used to rebuild them and repair them. All the tools and equipment for that gone. All my vehicle tools except for 2 toolboxes with various assorted tools mixed up. But the rest are all gone. I had a lathe that's gone. All my Dremel equipment's gone. My wife's antique bed's gone. Our 2 cats are gone. It's all gone. Fucking sucks, man. It really does. I don't even know what to say. We sat here for the last 4 or 5 days. not knowing what happened to our house, and one of our neighbors showed up. Their house did survive, and they pointed out to us that we can look up our house and see if the picture of it and see what it actually looks like, and fucking it's vaporized, literally. You can see our washer and our dryer, see where our refrigerator and our stove was, and our wood burning stove. My dune buggies, my 3-wheeler, and all that shit are in there. They're melted down to the ground pretty much. That fire was hot. But I had a lot of paint and stuff on that side. That's where I stored all my paint, spray cans, and all that. We had gasoline stored up, but that all went with us. I gave 5 gallons to one of my neighbors. Of course, right away, we got hit when shit hit the fan. We did get caught in traffic, but it was smooth moving. We got there. We got in it early enough. I was trying to beat it to get the hell out of there, but like I said, not everything works according to plan. But my escape route did. Good old Google Earth, man. I spent a lot of time studying it and did a lot of, traveling of all the back roads. I had different escape plans for different scenarios. But my Chinese falling out of the sky vehicle here and our fire vehicle behind us. That thing wasn't going anywhere if the Chinese were falling out of the sky for obvious reasons. And but my Jeep here goes just about anywhere, and it's good, nice and quiet, and good for traveling anywhere, off-road, whatever. So you know how that goes. But yeah, I mean, fire trap, when you live in a fire trap or a flood zone, man, you better have a fucking boat or an escape plan and gasoline, water, and all that shit. I guess the tweakers are fighting out here. Yeah, we got a whole assortment of people. We're in like a FEMA camp type thing. The FEMA isn't here yet. Red Cross came here and I told them to kick rocks. They were like, "We're here to help you." And I'm like, "You're here to help us? You're here to help us like you do the Africans?" He looked at me cross-eyed, had no idea what the fuck I was talking about. Yeah, or at least he acted like it. I'm live right now. Okay, look, I gotta go do some security. I already disarmed a guy with a knife who pulled a knife on somebody. I gotta go take care of this. God bless all of y'all, and I hope you get this video and all that. And we'll talk to you later.
Okay, there's another video right after this. You did too. Let's pull this one up. This one's a lot longer, though. We might not listen to this whole thing, but you did do a second video. Put the links out in the external.
I'm back. Well, the tweaker got away. Apparently, he tried to steal some lady's bike. She set it down, and he walked up and tried to run off with it some bitch. He dropped it. She hollered. Old boy run off somewhere. I don't know. Lots of excitement in the old FEMA camp. Well, undercover FEMA camp. I don't even want to get into that shit. Anyway, I think I could. I think I could flip this camera around and give you guys a view of what this place looks like. Generally, I'll do a little bit of a walk around. I don't know if how well you can see it. I mean, we've had every small community in this area that's been burned or the fire went through has come through at one time or another. One night, town of Orville came through. Yeah, that was an exciting night. Orville isn't exactly one of our most savory towns in our county. Anyway, people, they're still Americans, though. Sorry, my screen's dirty and it's hard to see, but I think I know how to flip this thing around. These are my first live videos. I don't, you know what I mean? I'm just not like, I don't usually do this kind of shit. You all know that. But let me give you all a view of my camp area, and then I'll do a little bit of a walk around. And try and get you a view of some of the, the food and the donations and all that stuff. And I'm not going to regurgitate the same shit that I've seen everybody out here regurgitating. I don't even know how to explain it. Weird, what I'm seeing going on out here and hearing. But the sooner we get the fuck out of here, the better. I didn't want to come to this place. My wife was just pushing it. I didn't want to have nothing to do with no damn camps. I know that from what I understand, the Red Cross camps have some kind of disease or some shit floating around. They're already infected in there. Somebody probably got a flu shot, right? Yeah, you know, so now they're all sick. Our camp's been holding it together pretty well without any law enforcement or FEMA enforcement or any of that crap. You know what they'll do when they come in here. You can and can't do this, know that. We don't have any of that shit right now. Everybody's pretty much respectful, watching out for each other for the most part. We're getting tweakers from out of town here in Chico, coming in here and trying to steal stuff from people. Some moron tried to steal a box of phones the other day, and unbeknownst to him, they tracked it right to his fucking tent, busted his ass, hauled him off to jail. Fucking people are stupid, man, and I don't know. No, my trailer's under guard 24/7. We never leave it alone. There's always someone here, always, nonstop. Never ever leave this thing alone. But anyway, here, let me flip this camera around, y'all, and show you what this fucking place looks like. This is the Walmart in Chico, California, off Highway 99. They're about to kick us out of this area that I'm standing in, because the city council here doesn't seem to want us here. But the city council of Chico, California treats homeless people like they're lesser than human. Anyway, they don't treat them like Americans. They don't feel they have any rights. They're disgusting fucking people. The only people that are lesser than human, as far as I'm concerned, are these people in the city council and the Chico Downtown Business Association and all those fuckers, all those good old boy clowns that think they're better than everybody else. You know, I'm just going to leave it at that, because you have no idea how I feel. And as for the environmentalists and the BLM, if any of you fuckers see my video, you could suck it. I mean it. No, you better stay as far away from me as you can, because I'm getting fixing to make some bumper stickers. This is a bunch of fucking tree hugger, because this is bullshit. You sons of bitches, let these trees get so fucking thick up here. Now my fucking house is gone. Why don't y'all send me your address so I can give you a little taste of your own fucking medicine, you sorry bastards. How dare you fuck these goddamn trees. Forgive me, Lord. My house is gone. You want to save a bunch of trees. This is not the way the forest is supposed to look. You idiots. Fucking environmentalist. Fuck BLM. All right. And I'm not going by what Trump says. I've been on this for a long time. I've been prepped for this fire and Chinese falling out of the sky. I've been telling my wife, been pushing her, we got to sell this house and move to Nevada, get on our property, sell this house. We're living in a fire trap. We're going to lose everything if we stay here. Well, it's too late. We lost it all. So now I told her, next time, if I tell you the Chinese are falling out of the fucking sky and we got to go, she better listen. All right. Now let's get on to the tour. Let me see if I can turn this thing around, if this is the right one. I hope it doesn't cut off. There it is. All right, I got it. Hope my thumb isn't in the way, or my middle finger. My middle finger should be in the way. All right. This is the field we're staying in. Okay. Hey, Tactical Tony. How high it lifts your Jeep. It's called a affordable lift kit. It comes with a leaf spring and all that in the back, and that silver thing above the tire, that's a spacer between the spring. That's all it takes, and a little bit of a adjustment to the bars underneath to straighten out your wheels a little bit, because it does turn them in a little. There's our fire escape home, our second house, our motor home. I kept her full of gas, kept the batteries charged, kept the propane tank full, just for this occasion. If we, and it did, so we got it. We got a roof over our head. Our other trailer, my flatbed is gone. It burned up in the fire with our Prius and our Jeep. Okay, we'll move on now. This is my neighbor's car. She's a sweet lady. Had no plan to get out of there. Had no plan to get out of there. Had half a tank of gas. Only had to go 30 miles. Look at what kind of car it is. She didn't think she was going to make it. Kept asking me for gas. I'm like, no. If you run out of gas, I'll give you gas. She could have made that trip back and forth about 20 times in that car. Anyway, she just doesn't know. Okay, here's a whole lot of tents. It's a tent city out here. Lots of folks, a lot of these folks, most of them are burned out of various neighborhoods and various areas throughout all the different towns that fucking are completely gone now. We got a barbecue truck. I was really upset that they put that out here when they first put it out here, because if you look on the ground here, you see that grass down in, but matter. It's just kind of spooked me a little bit after, but it's all good. Somebody came and gave me a fire extinguisher because I was. Anyway, let's go on up here into the more of the heart of the situation, into the Walmart parking lot. Walmart pretty much kicked everybody out of the parking lot and put us all out here. We've been getting we were getting fluctuations for the last couple of days from the different communities as they were being evacuated. A lot of people came, stayed, and went. A lot of people came, grabbed supplies, and then left, probably to family members' homes or whatnot. But anyway, here's more of the parking lot. I'm not going to zoom. I'll just walk up on it. I'll take you guys over. They brought us. It took them about 4 days before they brought these out here for us. And that was sad. There was a gas station around the corner that was locking people out of it, saying that they couldn't use the bathrooms. You know, that was fucking nice of them. You know, burn victims and shit. We had nowhere to go. Most people didn't anyway. I don't know how Walmart was with their bathrooms. I kind of just, you know, went off into the field to tinkle and didn't have to, you know, do anything else for a couple of days, I suppose, because of nerves or whatnot. I don't know. This was a little bit of a different experience than being at the refuge. I don't know how to describe it. It's just a lot different when you got 300 people coming out, 300 highly trained mercenaries and snipers and shit coming after you. That's one thing, but when your fucking house burns down, I don't know. It's just, I don't know how to describe it. Maybe someday I'll be able to describe it. Anyway, lots of food here, wagons and all that. I'm sure they're going to get a reimbursement from the government, because I don't think these people could come out here and afford to, you know, use out of their own pocket and feed us all. With all the government regulations and insurance and shit they got to pay, it would break them. So I'm sure government's going to reimburse these folks. I'm sure some did. Some came out here out of the kindness of their heart, and others came out here just to get that little extra payoff from the government. Anyway, and those yellow tents over there, yeah, those are the alien people. I forgot what it was called. Those fuckers. I don't believe in that garbage. I don't believe in aliens. Anyway. Here's the food donation stuff. There's one of our coordinators from Walmart. They don't know what they're doing. They're going to put anyway.
All right, we're gonna cut it here because this is.
Sorry about the shaky video. I'm 48 years old, so
this coverage is a little spotty here doing this, so we'll cut it off here. But the links are in the side chat there if you guys want to check this out. I'll put them in the description box below.
Boy, that right there brings it home, doesn't it?
I did not know that Sparks was caught up in that.
No, I didn't either.
That's yeah, rough deal there. Hopefully he sounds like he's got things pretty sorted out, though. He seems pretty confident that he's squared away for the most part. Consider it.
I was going to say, I bet he was better than 95% of the 95% of the people out there. He was probably better off. Dude, he didn't forget his 5 or 6 P's. That prior planning prevents P4 performance. He did his prior planning. He got out of there. I'd say I'd have to give him about a 9 out of a 10.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll see. He's He's got my digits if he ever needs something when he gets over the mountain, but it depends on what like he said, what he decides to do. But I don't know. It's one of those things. It's like, you can say stuff like you got insurance all you want, but that doesn't replace something that significant for sure. But that was a good breakdown on what they're living in the conditions there. The Walmart parking lot, essentially, with the field off to the side and whatnot. He said that was in Chico, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where they got like basically a refugee camp it's set up, it seems like, with people doing what they need to do. But yeah, he was talking about the sickness. We were talking about that in the morning chat the other day. They got a big outbreak of the norovirus going around in one of those places. And
washing your hands and stuff.
Yeah, norovirus, it happens a lot in the fall anyway. You'll see it in schools and stuff. Anytime people get together, you don't wash your hands. It's basically it's not foot and mouth, but it's similar, like the way it spreads. But it's like it puts you down for a couple days.
Yeah,
it puts you down. It's definitely a bad deal. It'll wipe you out for a couple days, and you don't want to get it. But we were talking about it in the morning chat, like just having some hand sanitizer and an extra roll of toilet paper will keep you from having to congregate with all these other people and the conditions, whatever the conditions are where they're at. But yeah, and that's in an organized shelter. Imagine out there in this field or whatever, if people are going to the Walmart or whatever, what potential there is there for a disease too as well. But he broke down a lot of good things there as far as the preparedness side about what to, he said he's been ready for it, for the fire and stuff for a long time, obviously, and that's a separate problem. But like he said, if you live in a flood zone, fire, get your stuff together, get your act together. You can't get a better testimony than that, right?
I've tried to do that here. I've pushed everything back far enough I can get it out before it gets to the house. I've got enough, I don't know what you'd call it, burn, free fire zone or whatever, perimeter cut down.
Buffer.
Yeah, buffer. There you go, buffer zone.
I have mine set up for other reasons, but yeah, I'll just go with that.
Well, I do too, but it's a multi-purpose.
Right.
Multi-purpose deal, Yeah, he's. I'd have to give him at least a 9 out of a 10 because I think he said he had everything he needed, but the only thing he said he had to get was a fire extinguisher, and I try to keep a plethora of those around every corner, because.
Yeah, I bought ones that you put water in, and you can actually pump them up with a bicycle pump too, just to have around. But I also have the ABC as well, but.
Oh yeah, the bicycle pump deal, like just straight water.
Yeah, the ones I bought a bunch of them. I found them on sale at a yard sale. Actually, believe it or not, they're $5 a piece. But you just unscrew the top, put water in them, and then you pump them up with an air compressor or a bicycle pump.
Right, I'll just let this play in the background video because he was breaking it. His signal was going in and out. He was doing this live, it looks like, but so some of the visuals will go through, but. Everybody can go definitely check that out on your own.
That would be animal. That would be animal crackers right there. I mean, he's talking about they got tents with the alien people set up in them. Man, that'd be the kids. That'd be like a carnival for them, seeing all them people walking. And I can imagine in California, the land of fruits and nuts. Holy cow, dude, you're going to draw some winter chicken dinner out there in that camp.
Yeah, I would imagine that there's definitely.
Sorry.
I was just saying, it really does. It's like it says free blankets right there. So somebody's actually going in handing out free blankets.
I ain't calling them heathens or nothing, but man, yeah. I mean, there'd be some wild bunch mixed in with that.
That's pretty decent here. It's like somebody's handing out free blankets here in the middle of the camp. And you can see how smoky it is. Like, it's not like it's literally that much better. I mean, they're that close still to the fire where it's extremely smoky. So you can imagine the breathing conditions and everything else you're dealing with. And it'd be interesting to see what his water situation is, and how that's working out for him. You know, the primary. I mean, he may have had some packed away and he took with him, but how long is that going to last? When was this video made? But keeping that water stockpile would be probably the biggest struggle right now.
Hey, I went through that week and a half, 2 weeks ago, dude. My well pump went out. It tore the seal up in my pump, and dude, I kind of tested myself. I ran it out, you know, till I got it fixed like I want it fixed. And it was pouring down rain, and man, I mean, it was a challenge. I think I went 5 days without getting me a good hot shower. I mean, I was taking spit baths, but dude, having to wash your hands out of a 5-gallon jug with a spigot on it, and it's just it tests you. It's not.
Yeah.
The big deal on that with no water. Now, like I said, I just experienced it too. Is not being able to wash your clothes, not being able to flush your toilet, which is pouring down rain. So I set 5-gallon buckets on the eaves of the house to get water to fill my toilet up with, and not being able to take a shower. That was the 3 biggies. Drinking water to wash your hands, stuff like that. That wasn't any problem, but the others, man, water. You got to have it.
It's interesting. It'd be interesting to hear. I mean, there's a lot of tents here. Like, I don't necessarily think that everybody has a tent, but I wonder how they acquired. Like, did they just go to Walmart and buy them, or did people show up with tents? It'd be interesting to see how the people came about, because this is a pretty big tent city. I mean, it is a more area where people might go more camping, so maybe there are more available, but definitely interesting to hear how that all came about. But he showed his RV and stuff, talked about how it was packed up.
That's a deal right there, dude. When you throw everything in a mobile deal like that and take it with you, yes, sir.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. It'd be a good little bug out situation set up ready to go.
I mean, I ain't got no big pull behind camper, nothing like that, but I got a slide in Coleman camper special. It's got the little sleeping deck up above the cab of the truck and all. And dude, that right there beats a tent 10-1. It's got a stove in it. Ain't got no refrigerator in it, but it's got a stove and a water tank and everything else. And
just having a hard wall makes all the difference.
Yes, sir.
And he talked about he kind of broke up when he talked about described the Jeep, how he had it set up. He was talking to Tony. I guess like Tony's out in the side chat. Tony, you got a link if you're going to jump in here. Get in here. But he talked about the leaf springs and how he set up a little bit of a lift to help out.
Lifts.
Yeah, that's nice, dude. Them Jeeps, the suspension in the back of them is kind of soft anyway from the factory. They got to have some help, especially if you're going to put a trailer in kind of bumper weight on them. They have to have help from the factory. They just didn't beef them up, or the older ones didn't.
Yeah, all the way up to 2001, you got to put helper springs on, or you can make a bastard pack out of. You go to the junkyard, you can make them out of like I forget the actual combination, but you can make a bastard pack that'll help lift it back up.
But I love the Jeep Cherokees, dude. They got duck in them. I mean, they are waterproof. They part duck, because the ones I've driven, you can drive them through water and they won't never miss a lick. They'll keep on going. And that 4.0, it's hard. That little motor's hard to beat.
Right. Hey, Quasar's out in the side chat too. Quasar, you got a link too if you're going to jump in here. Let's see if he's talking about his Jeep here. Maybe I'll back this up a little bit and see what he's saying here. See what he's talking about. Let's hear this.
Oh yeah, miles. Let me see if I can show you guys how many miles this thing has on it. Here, let me see. Where's that? Wait, I got it right. Hang on, I'm a dumbass. Hang on, let me turn the fucking camera around. All right, I'm telling you, it's just afraid. Here. All right. Y'all see that? You're reading it right. You're reading it right. And she's not worn out as you think she is. There were some things worn out. The shocks were blown on it, for sure. She was squatting in the back. Negative negative on the springs, but that extra spring under there, this black one right here, that black one kind of dirty right now. That's Nevada dust. That lifted it up. And then I have some Rancho shocks under there now. Made a huge difference. Huge difference. Gave it some pretty good ground clearance, everything. Proud of my Jeep. It's paid for. The motorhome's paid for. The other 2 vehicles that burned up weren't. So maybe we got rid of that debt. Thank God. So I was upset with my wife because I kept telling her we got to get out of debt, and I made deeper into it. So, yeah, don't know what to say, fellas. All gone. But we got out with our lives. Like I said in the previous video, about 86% of my prepping and preparing for this escape, at least for a fire. Not too bad, but nothing ever goes 100% according to plan, believe me. And when they will come and knocking when shit hits the fan, believe it, gas. But I couldn't turn them down on this. This wasn't like, the end of the world type of shit hit the fan. For a second, I hesitated because that was the first thought that went through my mind, just get the fuck on down the road. But and then I it clicked in me. Wait a second, no. And so I gave them, I hooked them up some gasoline. They knew. Don't let your neighbors know shit. I don't know. It's catch-22. If they didn't know, they might not be here right now. So I'm glad that I was able to get them down the hill. I did check. I did get a hold of them finally, and they are all safe, which is good. All my neighbors, most of my neighbors are safe and sound. But yeah, learn your escape routes. Always keep fuel with you. Always keep fuel. Make sure that most of your escape vehicles are always full. If it gets to a quarter of a tank, it's empty. Make sure you have that extra gas again. Make sure you pick the right vehicles for the right escape route. We had a paved escape route for the motorhome, so that's why we took it. We went north instead of south, where a lot of people got caught in fire. I knew that was going to happen. I always told my wife, if the fire comes from the south, we're going north. If it comes from the west, we're going to go north or east. Just, whatever direction it came from. There were a lot of escape routes we had going out of there, but most of them weren't paved. We may not have been able to bring the motorhome down. But we had the group here, and the trailer. And I did pack a tent. Anyway, we didn't have to use any of that. Thank God. Fuck, man. I can't read comments or anything, so I don't know if anybody's watching right now, because I very rarely come on. I would find it hard to believe anybody be watching, but I'm sure I could say a lot more about prepping, but my mind's kind of numb right now. So all I can tell you is that we're alive. We made it out of there. 83% of my plan worked. We did lose 2 cats. Unfortunately, out of 5, I'm sad about that. They're my little buddies. Got all our dogs out alive. Got all the important tools, food, but not all of it. Lost a lot of food, a lot of water we had stored as well. If any of you have pets, make sure you have a shitload of water if you have to bug out. You take your pets with you. If you're running from a flood or hurricane or whatever, make sure you bring a lot of water. They drink a lot of water. I don't know. I don't make prepper videos. All I can tell you is that I do plan myself. I think ahead and all that. And I'm gonna say it again. If you see a hippie and he's a tree hugger, punch him in the fucking mouth. fucking. I don't even know what to say. But God bless y'all. Y'all watching this right now. Anybody watching this, anybody that I know or knows me, people that I'm more familiar with on YouTube or I've met in person, be it here or Oregon or Nevada or whatever. God bless all y'all. And I know most of y'all are ready for shit to hit fan in your own ways, I suppose. I don't know. You guys never, but I've been through it. I made it. My wife's here. I'm good. Google Maps, pretty cool thing to have. Our own military has their own personal satellites to.
All right, he goes. It's like he talks for the rest of the video, so
Up to the minute, up to date.
we'll cut that. But he goes another 20 minutes of talking about stuff. It looks like so. Probably some little nuggets of knowledge for everybody. It's all those things we talk about. Definitely just like he says, no plan is 100%, but definitely a rough deal there. And like he said, he had a different plan in evac for a different direction of a fire, which is good to know his different routes. Anything else you picked up in there, Saints?
Man, how many miles that Jeep have on it? 300 and something thousand.
Right.
Dude, the price just went up on my 89 model.
Are you selling it?
No, that's the reason I said the price just went up on it.
All right. Yeah. But he had, I'm sure he goes on and talks about, I mean, the rest of this video, it looks like it's him talking. So probably tons of little nuggets of what his experience was. Like he mentioned, the water. Water's always going to be a big one. You can never carry enough. So going to a place where you can get water is probably going to be key. I mean, for his pets, I mean, it's a dry year now in California. I don't know if he can go off to if there's any running water nearby there, but they could get by with just something runoff somewhere, stream wise or whatnot. But yeah, all that stuff that he talked about. Anything from you, Irish? What do you got?
I mean, that's just living proof. Be prepared for whatever may come at you is a good thing.
Hey, I guarantee you he'll be smarter. He'll have everything hammered out on the other side of this because he's got it pretty well hammered down right now. And he'll have the loose ends tied up. Dude, he's got it together. Like I said, I have to give him a 90 on that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to figure you're not going to get everything out because your warning time is zilch. You have 0 lead time. So getting, obviously he had things prepped and ready to go or he would have lost a lot more than he did. So yeah, like you're saying, it's a high 90s score on a prepper. That what was that on the Zoom Doomsday Preppers that give him a prep score, remember that?
Yeah.
You have this, odds like you got to figure, you put in practical application, like one, you're alive. Everybody knows alive. Everybody you prep for is alive. The pets is one thing, you prep for them, but they, cats are one thing. They always run from you anyway, half the time. But, yeah. He talked about the gas and the tools. He talked about getting out with those. So,
well, I'm not really a cat person. I mean, I'd hate for anybody's cat to perish like that. But if the kitty cat was holding me up, I'd have to say, last chance. 3, 2, meow. Later, kitty cat.
Yeah, I mean, if they're like any of the cats I know, they're so skittish they ditch you as soon as you come to try to pick them up because they're skittish and they think you're up to something. But yeah, shoot, would all be fortunate enough to execute a plan as well. I think we would all consider ourselves fortunate.
Yeah, so, most definitely. He knocked it out of the ballpark. I mean, obviously you can't take everything with you. So, I mean, I think he did an excellent job, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he does. I mean, hopefully he gets back on or tells us how it's going.
And I feel like with his attitude, the way he's talking, you know, it might be a blessing that his house burned down, because now he can actually move to where he wanted to go to.
Yeah, it sounds
And
like
insurance recovered.
Northwest Arizona is looking pretty good. It sounds like.
Right.
He definitely got, I mean, if you're going to cut your ties, he got his ties cut. I mean, if everything you own there's completely, totally no reason to go back, man, yeah, that's a pretty final statement.
Yeah, he was. At least he's got a house on wheels, so he can pretty much be as mobile as he wants to be. You know, that's another good thing. There's not really a shortage of mobile home parks or what do you call them? RV parks. You know, they're pretty much everywhere.
Yeah,
Well,
KOA campgrounds, all that stuff.
Hey, it's good to know people all over the U.S. too, where something happens, you go, hey, man, you got an acre out there, I can park this thing on for a week, you know, or 2 weeks, and they're like, cool, you know, come on, dog. If you know people that's got spreads everywhere, you find you somewhere to, as long as they're not too far off, you know, because I know a bunch of neighbors that would like, sure, you know, no problem.
Right.
But wow, yeah, he'll be sharp on the other side of this, because he'll have all these flaws to be hammered out.
Yeah, I just pulled up the map just to give everybody a reference. He said he was in Magalia. I didn't know where he lived. I thought he lived south of Chico. I thought he lived further south, but he was up here, just north of Paradise. The fire came apparently over the ridgeline this way. Here's the campfire. Yeah, here's the campfire. There's a ridge of mountains here, different hilly areas, and it burned this way down in. If you guys can see that, see the campfire starts up here. See what that shows. That doesn't show much. But yeah, he was San Miguelia, so right there, right in the epicenter, I guess you'd say. Like you said, it's all treed areas, all, you know, you're not getting out of the woods essentially that way. So
Well, they've been complaining. I know this what Sparks said is the truth, because I can remember years and years and years ago they were complaining about all the matter that was on the forest floor out there in California, and they wouldn't let them burn it off. And man, that was 10, 15 years ago.
and they wouldn't even let them clean it up.
No, they can't clean it up. Oh, it costs too much, and they can't burn it off because, oh my goodness, you know how much smoke that's going to put in the air out here, and blah blah blah. And oh yeah, now they're getting the payback on it.
So it looks like this is a mapped area of all the burned houses. Well, let me. So the destroyed is the red ones. The black ones are no visible damage, and you can see all the red. It's having a hard time populating as I zoom out here. Give it a second. There, I mean, it's covered in red. So this is a link they got like through Cal Fire. It looks like the perimeter of the fire's in the red outside. I'll put these links below. It's on the Google Maps though, but I'll put this in just for everybody's viewing investigation of their own. But yeah, you see all that stuff, a slew of homes right there, all gone. Or structures, at least. They're saying structures. So yeah, Magalia's right there. Kind of in that area. So yeah, we knew it impacted a lot of people. I did not know it impacted. We knew somebody that we knew that well. Sparks has been around the channels for but back to the Green Dragon days for sure, at least.
Yes, sir.
I know Iron Horseman's up was outside the area, but he's up there in that area too. But he kind of checked in. I put a message out to him. He checked in that they were fine and whatnot. They were outside of the area, but man, rough deal.
And Sparks is a unique individual because he is a prepper and he was ready for that. If you call him a prepper, I think he's just a well thought out patriot, you know. But dude, he had how many people out there that's just nothing? I mean, man, you know, there's people that are lost. They ain't got nothing. Like his neighbor, he's talking about his neighbor lady. Holy cow, man.
Yeah.
Just drive off, leave everything you own except what you can jam in the back seat of a car.
Right. And probably whatever you jammed in there wasn't what you thought you really needed, you know?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, we a couple here we run little drills like that, and it's interesting to see what the kids would bring back in the day versus what they'll bring now. I mean, obviously they got a grab and go bag, but they would bring blankets and hair straighteners and just the gambit of shit you would never need, you know. And it's just funny to see how my kids have, you know, progressed into thinking the same way. They're like, hey, do I really need this? No. But I know I need to grab my bag and my rifle and my pistol and whatever water and food I can carry. It's pretty interesting to watch.
Right. People have to progress through that thought process. People don't naturally just pick it up. It's something you have to go through a learning process of, okay, this is obviously not useful or not as, something really important, after you double check their sanity check, right? And you go like, okay, what's really important if you're never going to have anything, right? You have to go through that with them. It's not an inherent skill, I guess you would say, even for anybody, really, I don't think.
And the funniest part about it was like the first time we done it, we actually made them, everybody have tasks like you two are building a shelter, even though we had tents and all that stuff, just to, kind of acclimatize them to it in a fun way. But, in reality, if you had to do it, they're already ready, set to go. I mean, it's not going to be that much of a demoralizing factor, I guess, if they had to.
Right. Yeah, and like Sparks was showing that basically refugee camp, for lack of a better word. But you got to think about the pets, all the dogs and stuff that are in that area. Like, as far as hygiene and just conflict, some dogs are more territorial than others. Like, I wonder how that would work. I wonder how that's working out. Like, what kind of issues you might run into in something like that in that area like that.
Yeah, I have a rolly container that I keep all the medicines and, I have pet first aid kit and everything that you could possibly need. I mean, if you just think of gauze alone, I had an injury last year, and I thought I was pretty well stocked up on rolled gauze, and but I had to replace it every day or ever so often because it was leaking and all this other good jazz. So I actually realized that, hey, that's probably not enough. So I ended up buying a couple cases of it versus, the 10 packs that I had, because just that wound alone consumed a lot of it. So, I mean, if you take real life situations and, put them to use, or, in my case, it was an idiot move that I done, but nonetheless, I used this stuff and realized how much, I would actually need versus, if I was treating more than one person and so on and so forth.
I mean, you can only take so much gauze with you, though, if you punch out, right?
Yeah, no, I'm just in for around the homestead part.
Oh, yeah.
I try to keep. I don't know if I did. I did medical bags before, but I don't know if it was on my original channel. So, I mean, I have a fully stocked medic bag that if an EMT came across, they could use it to save somebody. Yeah, that's how far I've got.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's like you go to different levels of prep. It's like, I think I'm good on most of the medical stuff except for severe surgery stuff. I'm good. Yeah. Anything below surgery, I'm good. But it's like I couldn't leave here with it. Like I'd have to. I've broken down some in one container, and I've got a kit around the house, and I've got the various IFAKs basically around here. But those are all movable, but the bulk of it is like stockpiles type stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hope. I mean, man, let Sparks get settled. It'd be good to hear more of a debrief from him after he gets. Obviously, he's still kind of wound up about the whole situation. They're still not settled, but 3 months from now, if he ever gets settled, be interested to hear more about what his experience was, just dealing with people and the different issues between county government, state government, the responders, the different, like he said, they went to Chico, people's responses there, or Oroville, the different, he said they had problems with people from Oroville, like all the different conflicts, just personalities and the issues you'll deal with when doing a bug and bugging out like that. There's so many things that we probably haven't even talked to. We've probably just brushed the surface and all the things we've talked about, but the actual experience, that would be something to hear, I'm sure.
Yeah, and the bad thing about that, everything's preparation up till 0 hour. And then when you hit 0 hour, it's kind of like you pull the plug out of the bathtub and everything starts disappearing. Your food stocks start getting smaller and smaller. Your water starts getting smaller and smaller. You got to do them contingencies way down the road. You gotta look down the road further than 5 days, really. Because you gotta have a finish line somewhere, or at least a rest stop somewhere, where you can stop and kind of regroup and restock your supplies and all, unless you just got an endless supply of money like the government.
Right. Hey, G Mango's in the side chat there. AG, I put the links in the side chat. If you scroll up, you should. That's the only links. It's the only thing I put in the side chat. So if you scroll up to my name, which should be in yellow, you'll see. Should be able to find them pretty quick. To Sparks' 2 videos he just did yesterday. But they were both yesterday. So, and he did them live streaming. So you figure that's what, a week after the events itself, before he got settled enough to actually, do that. So he's been enduring that for the last week, or before he got to that location too, It's like you're saying, what's his end date? What's your timeline like, Saints? Well, he's still mobile and questioning what he's going to do a week after.
Yeah, and the clock's ticking. The everything starts to disappear. All your prep starts to get used up. You got to start, get ready to drop another anchor somewhere.
Yeah, it's something like this. You figure you're probably going to hang around to figure out what kind of, well, for one, when they're going to declare your home a complete loss, depending on the video of it or whatever, like what's the insurance situation on the whole thing. You probably got to hang around for that. Things like that you probably got to have to hang around for anyway to retrieve, to just declare your property a total loss, and then maybe sell your lot or something like that. Work on that, and depends what you plan on doing, or just hold on to the lot and move to where, like he said, he was moving. You leave that lot there and you leave it there and go to wherever you're going to go. Maybe sell it years from now or something. You guys there with me? Am I here by myself?
No, we're just good.
Okay. I was waiting for a comment on that. Nobody said. There's just a lot of factors in.
It's a reality check for sure. That's a reality check, because anybody that lives anywhere around a wooded area like myself, I mean, that's a possibility during a dry year.
Yeah, I mean, look at how this is interspersed. You have the black ones with no visible damage mixed in with all the red, like these are encircled, and you have some green here with moderate damage or just affected. Just how they're just, some things just hop over, just depends on where you're at on that corner or whatever. Yeah. And you can see right here too, like these are no damage right here. but all the ones around, all your neighbors are gone. But can you imagine moving back into a house like that and all your neighbors are gone? Can you imagine what that would be like that?
Dude, your house gonna smell like smoke for 10 years.
Oh, the recovery damage. That's going to be a whole different situation.
Everything's it's all gonna be smoke. But I guess if you live in the month, it's kind of like they say working at the chicken plant. How bad it stinks at the chicken plant. But after you work there 2-3 weeks, it doesn't bother you anymore. So,
well, I think with smoke damage, pretty much you remediate it. You pull out all the fibrous stuff and you paint over. If you paint over the walls, it locks it in. So, but you got to pull out all the carpets, any upholstered item has to be taken. I think that's the protocol, but yeah, it's not gonna be fun for people that have to come home.
It's funny how that burned. They said that it was either yesterday or today on the news. I caught a little deal. They were reporting on that fire. They said that fire was jumping when the wind would get blowing. They said it was jumping a mile over their head from the winds catching it and blowing the embers. So every time they'd get a line where they could stop it, the wind would blow and it'd start a mile down the road from them. Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, no doubt. And this thing isn't fully contained either yet. It's still burning from what I understand. I'm not sure where. Does this? It doesn't. I don't know where we'd find the link, but I don't think this fire's out either. So that's another reason they can't go home, is it's not done doing what it's doing. So yeah, we were I think I saw some comments in the side chat too, like it's bad that you have to stay in like a refugee camp situation, but you don't want to go too far because you do want to go in and take care of business as soon as you're able to, you just don't want to abandon the situation right away, at least.
Right. It ain't like it's being overrun and held by an enemy, you can go back once it cools down. So,
yeah, like you said,
3 or 4 years and, 3 dozen good rainstorms, it'll all be green again, except for the big stuff that's left that burns. So, a half a dozen good Mother Nature washings, everything will be, a bunch of it will be washed down. Now, you'll be able to see the bad devastation will be there for decades. But the green will come back 2 or 3 years. You go back in there and rebuild, clean your crap up. I mean, if you want to go back out there to California.
Right.
I wouldn't want to think about trying to buy any fire insurance after that. Holy cow. I bet there's a bunch of insurance companies probably going to tank on this one.
Yeah, you figure it's probably split. It's probably like a lot of people had wildfire insurance and a lot of people probably didn't. Or I don't know, some places like this, it might be mandatory too to get forest fire, wildfire insurance.
Well, it might be like Florida too with the hurricane insurance. You remember after that bad hurricane hit, not this last one, but one of the others, State Farm canceled everybody's policy. It had hurricane insurance down on the Florida coastline, and I mean, it'd wipe them out.
Oh yeah, taking a big hit on the insurance side.
And I can imagine with the regulations in California and as wild as that bunch is out there, I mean, that bunch of cowboys that's running the place, man, their regulation will be like, yeah, your roof has to be made out of impenetrable, unburnable fiber, and your walls and windows now have to have self-extinguishing glass. And man, I can see the new. Well, if you're going to build out there, you're going to have to make it fireproof. Holy cow.
Right. All right. Well, hopefully we'll get something from Sparks in this coming week and get more information. But it's good to know that, like you said, I mean, they're all safe, and that's all the important stuff is the important stuff. But you hate to see anybody impacted like that. It's and you just, like you're saying, imagine people that weren't ready and what they're going through. They're probably walking around. You're probably, I mean, talk about PTSD. There's probably people walking around with PTSD right now that don't even know it.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, that's probably a big effect too. Is people walk around like zombies, just not knowing what to do, can't take care of themselves. Probably got kids that they can't take care of because they just don't know what way's up because of everything that just went down. You're probably seeing a lot of that too in these areas too.
Yep,
That's probably
got a car they got to make a payment on with a tent they bought at Walmart on the way out and 2 sleeping bags and a cooler. You know, spent $500 at Walmart for enough stuff to live off of for a week. And what they had jammed in their car, holy cow, man. Blind leading the blind. And I hate to chuckle about it, but wake up, America.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably one of the big things people should probably, in a disaster scenario like this, when people have to, it's not like a hurricane where people are told to leave, or, you know, there's warnings, you know, weeks ahead of time, or, you know, days at least. Like, you know, an hour, you get an hour to go through your thought process. And like, there's too many people that can't handle that. And just, it'd be interesting to hear how many people were just traumatized by that, and the mental effects of this is greater than people realize, I think.
We got to be out in an hour because the fire's going to consume us. Well, I'm going to fix me a cocktail first, and I might have a sandwich after that. I don't know. Let's look at the news for a minute. No, let's don't.
Yeah. Oh, well, how many people would that's the different reactions you get from people, right? You get the reaction of, everything's okay, I'm going to take it nice and easy. Then you get people who just freeze, you know, They freeze and don't do anything, and just like, hey, you got to go. You got to snap them out of it. Like, there's different reactions from lots of people. I'm sure those stories are yet to come out yet, but Sparks might have saw some of that. Just like he said, that lady probably could have driven with the gas she had back and forth several times, but she was so focused on one thing, because, you know, when you get in that stressful situation, you can only focus on one thing, you know, and that was her thing. Yeah, that's a good point.
I've said that before. It's like being with a bunch of guys out and one of them runs out of water, or everybody runs low on water. All they think about is water. And dude, it distracts from your situational awareness, and because it's just all I wanted was a drink. How much water you got left? You know, you got any water? I tell you, everybody takes stuff for granted now. That Safety Sally will be there to rescue you. It ain't happening.
Right. Yeah. That's yeah, there's so much more information that people could learn from here, and I don't know if we'll ever get it, but when you talk about preparedness topics, and you could do just a decade worth of videos of this event alone, with the stuff we're seeing out of this, of different scenarios and things to prepare for, and what you can expect, or how it doesn't ever work out like you thought it was going to go, right?
Yep, I remember when I was a kid, I was riding around with a guy and in a old International Scout 4-wheel drive, one of those round ones, and we were going up this old trail looking at some property, and was a tree out, and he said, "That's fine. I've got a chainsaw in the back." First pull, rope came out of it. Well, I've got an axe in the back. Dude, he swung at it about 3 times and hit the handle and cracked the handle, broke a head out of it. And I was a kid, and I remember that, because it's like everything he was touching was breaking when he needed it. And that happens.
Yeah.
Sounds like my luck.
Yeah. And as far as gas goes, dude, I remember years ago, I talked to people, and they're like, I'm like, "How much gas you got in the car?" You know, back when you go riding around, they're like, "I got almost a quarter tank." Hey, quarter tank.
Going off-roading?
Seriously, we're gonna go rob a bank. You drive the car. How much gas in it? 1/8 of a tank. We'll be fine. Getaway car ran out of gas sitting in front of the bank. I can imagine that's prior planning right there. Now they really thought that game plan out.
Yeah, I wonder if when OJ called the dude with the white Bronco, if he told him to make sure he has a full tank.
Get some gas, brother. We may have to ride for a while. Boy, they ain't gonna go far in that full size Bronco because them didn't give about 7 miles to a gallon. Oh.
Yeah, I wonder how that conversation went because they didn't run out of gas, if I remember right. They drove for a long time. Yeah, he was definitely going for a while there when the white Bronco was making its escape. But yeah, having gas on standby, having enough at least to get you where you think. I mean, at least somewhere, even if it's not a long way.
Sparks ain't forgive the BLM yet, has he?
No, I don't. The whole state land management policies, like you're saying. I mean, if you don't, and you know what? It's funny. There was a tweet that Trump put out like right before this evening sometime that I saw. Trump was commenting on that. And it's been a long-standing problem. Anybody that's out in the West knows the issues with how the Forest Service and others manage or don't manage or mismanage a lot of the Forest Service, a lot of the forests and stuff. But they don't let you go in there and clean out the underbrush. It just burns hotter and moves faster, which causes a lot of those problems.
If they'll burn it off, it'll help eradicate a lot of the pine beetle problems too. The wood beetles, whatever it is, gets in, kills all them trees.
Yeah.
And they let it makes an increase in the damaged wood from the insects. And I mean, they've learned the fire deal. It's way hot and heavy.
There's a number like there's supposed to be like X number of, it's like 75 feet or something between trees in a natural maintained forest, and like the trees in California are like 25 feet apart or something on average. It's totally unhealthy forest. It's just some weird number. It's like totally like not close to where it needs to be a healthy forest in that respect.
Yeah, I know when they cut wood around here, they've got everybody now does what they call a conservation cut, where they go in there and cut just select out of there and still leave it where it looks good. But, and they get the bad wood out of there too while they're in there. They'll either cut it down or the stuff that's sick trees and whatnot, stuff looks like it's dying and all. They'll go ahead and clear it out.
Right. Yeah, it's a work in progress. Somebody's got to wake up someday and realize how bad things are. Well, things like this happen.
I think they're blaming part of this on that, whatever it is, that power company out there. They said that stock on that power company went from $70 a share down to $19 and change.
Yeah, PG&E put out there was some messaging or something went out to PG&E had issues with their not network, but the grid basically. And that like they stopped trading on PG&E that afternoon. They stopped it. So that's how bad it was. That's pretty bad. We'll find that article. There was an article. CNBC was carrying that and stuff. Yeah, that'll ruin a company's market share for sure. But then there was a story too that California was going to bail them out. The state of California was going to cover their losses, something like that.
And they're the brokest state in the nation, and they're going to cover their losses. Oh boy!
Right.
It just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it?
Let's see if I can find that. Where did I see that? But yeah, that was going on during. I saw those stories during the week. 12. The number missing is now to 1,200. It was 1,000 just when we started this chat, and there's an updated article 1,200. That is from. Yeah, I started off the chat with that, talking about there was 1,000 missing people reports, but they have an updated article. It looks like to 1,200. That's crazy. Yeah, it's updated Reuters article too. Let me share this over to everybody. I'll share this in the side chat. They're now on search for 1,276 people. So they didn't lower the number because they were trying to deconflict duplicates of names, misspelled names. The numbers actually went up, and that's just in a matter of hours. 1,200 people listed as missing, despite authorities locating hundreds of people who scattered when the campfire tore through the town of Paradise. Forensic recovery teams sifting through the wreckage recovered the remains of 5 more victims, bringing the death toll to at least 76. 63 have been identified. It's just insane. I don't think people realize how bad this is. And when you're trying to do everything right, like find the remains, make sure everybody's accounted for, like doing things like in a larger scale. I mean, I can't imagine what Katrina was like when it rolled through there, because it was probably more chaotic on the long-term scale because of the total number impacted. You had how many millions are in New Orleans?
Man, they still don't even know what happened to people down there. They still people missing.
Right.
Never been found.
Are any of these people the 1,200 and so is any of them undocumented, like people like farm workers and all that stuff too, or is it just people that were United States citizens?
It's people who have been filed a missing persons report on, at least. It doesn't really go into that. You'd probably have to look at the sheriff's website. It might tell you something like that. Maybe the sheriff's public information or Facebook page or something probably has something that maybe gets into that a little bit, but it doesn't get into that in this article. They're probably not asking that question just yet. They're probably not getting into the details. They just know it's a big number,
Yeah, I'm just saying that, because if you're not in California with your family, if you're like a lot of the men will come up here and work, and then send money home to their family. I mean, how are they going to even account for those people? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. There might be more, you're saying, that are missing that we don't even know about.
Right.
Unless their families called the sheriff specifically and said, we think our family member may be missing because they haven't contacted us. Let us add them to the list. But I didn't get into the details of how many could be who or why. Just it says 1,276.
Yeah, that's a lot of people.
Yeah. And at this, I mean, we're 2 weeks down the road since it started, 12 days maybe since it started, and we're still at this stage. So it would look pretty grim for those 1,000 plus, because you figure there's enough cell phones and stuff around, and people can contact family and stuff in a way that, I guess the biggest thing is probably what could happen in some cases like this is whoever filed the missing person report gets a call from the person but never contacts the authorities to say, hey, I found them or anything. That happens sometimes, especially when they're out of state or whatever, and they're just happy that they're safe. They don't contact the people they initially filed the report with. So that could be going on to a certain degree, I guess. But man. Yeah. Okay. Well, what's next, Saints? You got another topic to move on to?
Well, I don't know. I thought this was y'all when it was called a nuclear chat. I figured y'all were talking about the Swalwell guy gonna nuke, but I guess I missed that part. If y'all covered it,
Oh yeah, that was like the first half hour, 45 minutes.
yeah, I didn't. I guess I missed that part.
Yeah, that we beat up that Twitter deal pretty hard, talking about how our government was going to nuke us
I
all.
like to go back and review and preview.
That's how we got into talking about nuclear decontamination and everything.
Well, I kind of thought that's what y'all led into, but then again, I thought, well, maybe somebody, but then I thought, no, surely not. But okay.
Yeah,
I've verified everything now, so.
Yeah, I guess it was kind of a prepper chat discussion that we had going on, and then I think it was Partisan Gorilla was the one that put in there that Sparks had been affected by the fires, and then we got off on that tangent. But definitely applicable, definitely on point with what. Dang, I mean, if we haven't talked about it once a week for the last 6 years, we haven't talked about it at all. You know?
Yeah, I figured y'all. That's. I kindly thought that might have been what it was aimed at, but yeah, all that's crazy. That ain't that. They're not gonna go. They're not gonna get that. That's wishing for the moon. They're not going.
Who's wishing for the moon? What are you talking about?
No, them trying to go around and collect everybody's assault weapons.
Well, they're not going to collect them. They're just going to wait till we fight back and drop nukes on us.
Yeah, $200 a piece. They're going to give you $200 for them. Now,
Did
they up it? Somebody said he upped it to 1,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? They're gonna get some pretty janky weapons for $1,000.
Yeah, it said they were gonna it was $1,000 a piece, and they figured out where it was gonna cost 13. I don't want to say trillion, 13 billion maybe to buy them back.
Just so everybody can go out and buy something that is more dangerous, make something more dangerous.
$1,000 a piece.
Yeah. I was just kind of talking about that in the lead in too, about how people could just go to Home Depot and buy enough parts to make stuff. And if they don't have to, it's easier to make an automatic than it is a semi.
Well, that's like selling a slide fire pipe shotgun to the gun turn in for $100.
Right.
You got $13 worth of 2x4s, clamps, and pipe in there.
Look at the grease gun. The grease gun can be easily made out of pipe, man. And it's got just a huge chunk of steel. I mean, you can go essentially, without going into too much detail, but you could go purchase the stuff at a damn Home Depot and make a grease gun.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll take that and sell it back to them for $1,000. I'll make 6 or 8 of them and then go buy a Barrett 50 cal.
Man, that's what I'm talking
yes, sir.
That's an entrepreneur right there now. That's an entrepreneur.
It's called leverage.
Otherwise, I couldn't afford a $7,000 M82, you know.
You got to be smarter, not harder, right?
Net profit. Net profit.
Yeah, who knows? That guy just on Twitter spouting his mouth off of something he doesn't know anything about, you know? It's like, you just need to keep your mouth shut.
Well, he was on Tucker for a while, you know. It's been a while back. I think they had a little falling out. That guy was on Tucker, and he said his dad and I think 2 of his brothers are cops. The Swalwell guy. I know I think he's got 2 because he popped off that his dad and both his brothers were law enforcement. So that's his, you know.
His bona fides, as they say. A Rooster says he can see the moon in Modesto with us. I guess that's an improvement, right, Rooster? Because it's been pretty smoky, pretty much the whole Bay Area, right? That's got to be an improvement over what it's been like the last week or so. Hopefully that maybe it's wind change or they're getting that thing tamped down or something. Roger Wilco punched out on us, said he'll talk to us later. Thanks for dropping in. Hope you enjoyed the chat. He's been in here since the get-go, I think. Let's hope he enjoyed it. Partisan Gorilla says a caulking gun with a Picatinny rail painted black.
Paint it pink, then it's not scary.
But you go to turn it in though, you get your full $1,000 worth if it's painted black, right? You got to get your full monies for your bang for your buck. Yeah, cocking guns. How much do they go for? That'd be pretty classic.
I'm on a mission now. I'm going to try to figure that one out.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to work on that. Anything to get ahead of the man, right? Man can't hold me down. That's for sure. Did you have any further comments you wanted to bring up, Saints, on that whole Solwell dude and his tweet of infamy?
He's I don't know what the deal is on them. That's like they got bigger problems than him out there, though. But it just seems like that's what everything's coming out. I mean, that's where the man count the jelly beans coming out from out there. Holy cow, dude! That's where all of them are.
The jelly beans.
Yeah, the freaking everybody from Maxine Waters to I mean the whole crowd's out there.
Is that what we're calling the loonies now? I never called them jelly beans before. That's a new one.
Well, they're all different colors, and all of them is just nothing but jelly beans.
Right.
That's what we used to call the old desert camis.
Oh, the peanut butter ones? That's what we called it. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, you figure, I mean, but like we were saying, who was it? Was it Tony or I don't know, maybe it was Reb I was talking to, and I was like, hey, if he's saying it, they talk about this behind closed doors. He ain't the only one thinking it. That's the really scary part.
No, he's probably want a cracker. He ain't doing that but parroting stuff he's hearing from them older idiots.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. But did you see we shared the tweet because the whole interchange started with him and Joe Biggs. Did you know that?
Yeah, Biggs ain't gonna take. Biggs don't care who he is or where he's from, whether he ever sees him or not. Biggs just gonna speak his mind.
Because Biggs called him out on doing gun confiscation, and then this Solwell guy went into this rant about how, this is the order things go in, and then you'll lose, basically. And Biggs is like, so basically you're going to nuke people for not turning in their guns. And yeah, Biggs definitely called him out. But let me see if I can pull that back up about the follow-on tweet. I had it up earlier, dang it. But anyway, yeah, it's infamous. It's definitely scary times we're heading into. I mean, we've been in scary times. Daggone, how long have we been talking about this?
Well, the only thing they can have in California now is those abomination-looking rifles. It's got like a real weird piece of rod welded from the stock to the mag that's welded in that you got to break it down like a 410 shotgun and push a bunch of bullets down in it.
Yeah, I don't even know what it looks like anymore if they can have. But I think everything else is grandfathered in, right? Can't you have normal rifles if you had them before? Something like that?
Yeah, maybe they did. I don't know. I know there's a bunch of stuff out there they don't want you to have, though, at all.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Partisan Guerrilla PG chimes in. Ammo prices looking lowest since Obama right now. Yeah, everything. Prices have been pretty low across the board for everything, which maybe the next couple months might be the time to but maybe the problem is everybody's so stocked up they can't really afford to stock more. Hopefully whoever has stocked up is also stocked up on pressure dressings, because you can't have one without the other.
One makes holes, one covers holes.
You got to have the full repertoire. You don't want to leave yourself short. You know what I'm saying? I know you know what I'm saying. Don't forget the med kit and other essentials while you're trying to go buy ammo and guns. It's not like
yeah, because if you plan on shooting people, you might get shot, so you might want to carry that tourniquet too.
Yeah, or tourniquets. Yeah, pressure dressings, tourniquets, the whole nine, right? Don't shortchange yourself.
Yeah, there's a slim chance if you get into a knife fight, you might get cut. So you might want to carry something to stop the bleeding there, guys.
Right.
Hey, gals.
Yeah.
Yeah, that and California's got problems on both ends. They got fires on one end, got people trying to jump over the or dig under or sneak in on the other. So they got problems on both ends. Hey, you get what you ask for. You
Right.
know, you got to be careful what you ask for. And wow, I mean,
Yeah, in a lot of ways, you don't feel sorry for people when you get to this point and you just got all this stuff coming at you. It's like, I mean, you knew this. We told you this was coming. It ain't like we didn't warn you. You weren't warned by many other people that this would lead to catastrophe of some form of another, right?
it to me. I mean, I hate it that it's a tragedy for the people it's happening to, but you know, Mexico, man, they've been herding people through for years. Come on through, come on through, come on through. Well, when the gate shut and they couldn't push them on through, and they started stacking up, and the drains started backing up, and the toilets started running over. Now they're freaking out in Tijuana.
Yeah, did you hear about that? Because originally the migrants showed up in a rich neighborhood and they chased them right out.
Man, they're stealing. It said they're stealing cars, stealing all the clothes, all people's clotheslines.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you go into a store, you can imagine it's like locusts going in there because they're and now they're telling them to go home. So I guess that makes them racist too.
Backcountry Preps. Do you follow him on the YouTube?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, he went down to Tijuana today. He did a recon mission into Tijuana. He kind of went to that rich beach area to check out anything, and obviously they had moved on. But on his way back home, he did find one of the camps. They've got him off on this soccer field, the way he described it, and basically they're just filling these couple soccer field areas. And he didn't get video of that because it was like you can only drive by it, and it's like a really bad area. He wasn't willing to stop in, basically, which I don't blame him. I wouldn't go to Mexico, period. But yeah, the way he described it is there's just a couple soccer fields filled with these people that got kicked out of the nicer neighborhoods, and there's more expected. But yeah, he got eyes on and kind of did a report on that on the YouTube on his channel. So if anybody wants to go check that out, Backcountry Preps did that. Backcountry Prepper. Whoa.
Yeah, they were climbing up on the fence down there on the beach and all, and they went back in there and put metal up where they couldn't get up on top of it, and then put silly string on all the way down it.
Silly string concertina wire? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a video last night from the Border Patrol, had an IR cam, showed people trying to reach through the fence to pull down the concertina wire. They were probing it. the probes are going in the wire.
You gotta, if they do it right, they put pull type or tension release firing devices on it.
Right. Well,
you gotta put stuff on the wire, man. Come on.
But
I'm sorry, I had a flashback. I'm gonna blame that on something else.
No, I'm following what you're saying. I'm picking up where you're sitting down, you know.
Oh, I mean, they could be nice, put magnesium trip flares on them, but shit, roll the dice, put some goodies on there.
Put some toe poppers on me.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, just at least they got a delay. They're able to delay them a little bit more, and I don't know. We'll see how it shakes out. They can't bring all those 20,000 across a wall now. What? Like I was saying originally, I thought they were going to come to Tijuana, to come to Southern California to come across for majority of them. But who's sneaking through in Arizona and in New Mexico and these rural areas? Who's getting across there is the ones you really got to, because those are the really nefarious people, you know?
Yeah, they could mind game them away from that fence. All they'd have to do is go in there and put up mine signs and let a bunch of them get down there hanging around and remote detonate something out there in the middle like there's a landmine. They want the more of them jump over there. They don't even have to put any mines in.
Yeah.
Just one's all it takes. And they're like, don't jump over there. The ground's gonna blow up. Don't jump over there.
Well, like we were talking about originally a couple of weeks ago in the morning chat, I think. Or maybe it was I and Tony's chat or something. I don't know where we're talking about it. But you don't have to put a real minefield in. Just go out, dig a bunch of holes, cover them back up, put a bunch of dead animals in there. Be like, who wants to be the first one to test it, right?
That's it. You know, maybe like I said, remote wire M80 out there and set it off. And, you know, just to throw something out there like he's going to blow it up just so they could all see it. You know, and just tell them, don't come in here.
Yeah.
Oh, there'd be a brave one out there with a pencil going down there trying to probe it out. He saw it on TV.
Oh, no.
Well, he can't use a straw because they can't get them in California anymore. So,
no straws, right? Hey, Eugene or Tony, is that you? You gonna talk or you just silent? I got an icon I can see, but the volume mic's off and nobody's talking.
I believe when it came on, it was old 76 something.
Was it? Yeah, like Tony's 5th channel or something.
Yeah.
Right. I guess he's not responsive right now, so probably still eating his. He said he was grabbing grub after work. They're pretty rough on him, making him work after this late in the day and everything on Saturdays, man.
Boys got money in their pocket. Don't even know how rich he is.
Price stacking in that expensive ass cooler he bought.
Yeah, Tony was in the side chat when we're talking about Sparks, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he caught that part, I think. At least about the Jeep and whatnot.
Rooster said he passed out on his laptop.
Rooster, Tony passed out on the laptop?
He's talking about Tony. That's
Yeah.
Bikes. That's Bikes that does that, not Tony.
What did you say?
Bikes is the one that usually passes out on his laptop.
Well, the infamous one is not Mudbuster. Who passed out on the live chat all the time? Dooley or dadgummit? I can't remember. Back in the old chats, he used to pass out in one of his chats. I can't remember which one it was.
Kansas used to do it all the time. He'd pass out on us all the time, just be snoring away.
Oh yeah, yeah. Nah, it's still early here, Rooster. There's no reason for Tony to pass out at 2100. There's no sense in that business.
Hick Billy is what Mr. Tommy Boy said.
Oh, Hick Billy. Okay, yeah, is that who it was? That sounds right. Hick Billy fell asleep on us. Like he passed out in one of his chats pretty hard, I think. But it wasn't tired. It was like drinking passed out. You know. Quasar says 10 round. Did 10 round fall asleep in his chat? Man, where is 10 round? I haven't heard from him forever. Some guys just disappear from the YouTube land. It's us let us holding down the fort here. You know?
Thrift Kid says, what do we think about Alex Jones?
Thrift Kid's back in action. Welcome back. What's going on? Well, you're going to have to ask you. What do you think, Irish?
He's interesting. That's all I have to say. He makes you think. I wouldn't, per se, go 100% on all the shit that he says because some of it's out there, but he definitely makes you question things that you wouldn't normally question.
Yeah, I mean, it's all good for thought and trying to think through things and get some different information, but definitely don't hang on everything he says, right?
Yeah, no, do your own research, man. He definitely gets you thinking, but don't believe everything he says, and don't buy the products.
You don't have a stockpile of Tangy Tangerine or whatever?
I only buy Knockout because it makes me go to sleep.
Knockout, huh?
Yeah, that's the I guess it's glorified melatonin or something. But I always hear that.
In full disclosure, I do have a Berkey water filter, but now Alex Jones advertises for Pro Pure or whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, you should have. I mean, those are the top quality filters. I mean, not because he promotes them, but just, I mean, you could take them outside and dip them right out of my pond and put it on the countertop, and you can drink it and taste just as good as any water you can get.
Right. Yeah, there's no reason. Since I mean, some of that stuff is good. Just like anything, you gotta do your research. I remember when Alex Jones was on TV, it was like just a better, different source of information, so that you could get different points of view and stuff.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that they've tried to shut him up. I mean, that's still freedom of press. I mean, like I said, with anything though, you got to do your own research. But Byron, man, Byron would get tore up. He'd call me at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and be like, "Did you hear what Alex said?" And I'm like, "Lord have mercy, why did I keep buying this guy a subscription for this?" He'd be tore up.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, what was it about the time? What was it about 08 when he really blew up? Like the whole Prison Planet TV came online and stuff, and
Yeah,
like,
he's
went viral.
Yeah. I mean, but it makes people think, and that, I mean, that's the best part about it. Like, that's why I tried to tell Byron all the time. I was like, buddy, I was like, it's everything he says is not true, or if it is true, you know, you do your own research. And I like that he also provides links to stuff. Now, some of it leads back to his own website, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you can actually go out there and he makes you think, not just what you hear on the mainstream media. So.
Yeah, one thing when they shut him down from Twitter and everything, or kicked him off YouTube and everything, I was like, it's a big deal, because would anybody know about Bilderberg without Alex Jones? You know, like, who else was there doing it? Like, people would talk about what he would talk about, but nobody was actually there doing it. You know,
Right.
like he was talking about things that people later, you know, took years. People would be like, "Oh, that is real," you know.
Yeah.
There is a Bohemian Grove. Mark Dice did some of the Bohemian Grove stuff too, but still.
Yeah, it just opens you up to a lot of different things, like Mark Dice and Joe Biggs was there for a while. I mean, it gives you a perspective. I mean, because Joe Biggs, I think, was an Army guy, but I mean, you know, he has perspective because he was in war, and so they would send him out to do stuff on all that. And you know, I think he done that more so so he could relate to veterans, you know, and push his agenda and stuff. But I mean, you know, I don't think Joe's not on his side anymore, is he? I don't know. I've been on there in a long
Yeah, it
time.
doesn't work for him anymore. I don't think he's on his own deal. A bunch of them left. I think like Paul Joseph still does stuff with him, and the older guy, what's his name? Shoot,
I know who you're talking about, but I don't know.
it's like, goodness, I've met him. What's his name? Yeah, the only one I've actually met, and I can't remember his name. Daggone, but yeah, the older guy.
Yeah, I could picture his face and I could hear his voice, but I don't know his name.
But I think they still work with him, but like everybody else left after the big fallout. Like when all the platforms fell apart.
Yeah.
I guess he probably lost some cash there, lost advertising dollars, so probably couldn't pay for a lot of services anymore, I would imagine. Tony is not going to talk to us tonight, or what?
David Knight.
Yeah, I just got here, man.
Oh, there he is. He is here.
Quasar Nug said his name's David Knight. That sounds
like David Knight, that guy. Yeah, David's he's solid too. Everything he reports on, he doesn't fly off the handle. He is that's the best thing I like about him. And he still follows the Bundy stuff pretty closely and stuff too, which is good. Anything on the boy David Knight we'll do a report on or something. He's always keeping that stuff close to up to date as he can, which is good. So what's going on with you, Tony?
Shit, just working like a slave, trying to get this holiday money, and I've had the I don't know whatever you want to call it for like Friday was a week, so I'm done, but I'm all still sound like shit and kind of feel like shit.
Just trying to stack that Yeti cooler full of hundos, right?
Right? Exactly.
Good luck with that, I guess.
Yeah, I was just talking. We were just talking right now. I'm talking about the Christmas lists, shit that's priority.
What do you need? Apple iPod, Apple or Apple earbuds, and the pencil, and all that good shit for your kids.
No, they just want a trampoline, so I think that's doable, and then everything else is. Everything else is,
Santa.
There you go. How you doing? I got a beer right now too. What up, Irish?
How you been, Tony? Man, it's been a long time. How's the Jeep? You get it fixed?
Yeah, fucking don't even ask. But yeah, and it runs good too.
Yeah, you can't beat those 4.0s. Those are like almost invincible.
Yeah, I had to get a new muffler put on there, and like the bracket that holds it on, that shit was fucking gone.
Yeah, mine was all rotted out. The kick panel's right below the door, so I went ahead and cut it all out and put 2-inch box seal in there and seamed it up, welded it shut.
That's what I need. Exactly, that sounds like something I need right there. Mine, it's crazy. It runs so good. The Jeep runs. I just hit like $138, and it runs incredible. But slowly, everything, all the fucking rubber hoses, aluminum hoses, everything that's fucking can disintegrate is disintegrating. So I don't know. Still cheaper than a fucking truck payment.
Oh yeah, because I would love to have one of those new diesel Jeep Comanches whenever they come out. But I mean, if I just take that $700 I would pay on that and put it into my Jeep, man, I'll have the ultimate vehicle, you know.
Yeah, if I take my old truck payment from the F-150 and put that into a monthly hooking this thing up, there won't be nothing left of the original Jeep, but it'll be badass motherfucker.
Yeah. Chromoly cage, everything you ever wanted.
I want that. I wish I could just make that Jeep how it came when whoever bought it off the floor, with like a little lift on it. That way I don't lose nothing. And when I'm out in fucking Mormontown, Utah, I don't get fucked with. I just look like fucking Joe Blow,
Yeah. Yeah,
But
I try to keep everything inconspicuous. So I have one random sticker. I used to have a Magpul sticker on there, and I stripped it off. But I have a ITS tactical sticker because it doesn't say anything on it. It's just the skull and the badge. But I try to keep everything inconspicuous.
Uh-oh. Bat phone. He goes dark on us after he shows up.
Yeah, I got the 3%er on there. I can't help myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see us talking through Sparks' video earlier?
Yeah. Well, I just was getting home as I was going on. I was kind of watching from my phone.
Yeah, and his very first one he was talking about his Jeep and about how you need to do that cheap lift.
Yeah, I saw that one. I saw that part.
Yeah, he's giving you a shout out.
There's a company, on eBay, there's a company called Zone, and them fools say they're made in America, and their whole lift kit, 3-inch lift kit, is $500, $519 out the door, free shipping and handling.
It's just kind of interesting that in all that mess, Sparks was thinking about you getting your Jeep fixed up.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't even know that that's where he was for some reason. I don't
thought
know.
it was further south. I didn't know he was that close, that far north. I thought he was down further this way too. That surprised me that he was caught up in that.
Well, it's crazy because like there's like a handful of YouTubers. I watched that fool Hamish Patterson or whatever his name is, kind of like a hippie surfer dude, skateboard dude. And I guess he's up there in the mountains anyways. Yeah, his shit got burnt flat. He all him and all his shit's gone.
Hmm.
And yeah, just like I guess you didn't realize. Fuck, man, I didn't even realize, you know. I know Malibu burned down, I had heard.
Yeah, the other fire, the Woosley fire. Yeah, the liberals are picking up guns to defend their property. Go figure. Everybody see that? Those messages that went out? They're posting signs on the streets. If looters will be shot in that area.
Survivors will be shot again.
Around here, we call them people hypocrites.
Right.
Well, I know that all this mismanagement ain't gonna change nothing. You know, I mean, it is what it is, and the bigger government's coming with the whole, I mean, communist fucking whatever's going on. So, bigger government, everything will be controlled by the government. Everybody who's living out in the boonies trying to be self-sufficient be all taxed or chased off their land at gunpoint by armed fucking stormtroopers, you know?
That's what we're waiting on.
Come get you some. We'll be waiting.
I think that's what everybody's planning for. So, yeah, carry on.
Yeah, we got no cover out here in the desert.
Get you some sandbags, man.
What do you mean no cover? Like overhead cover?
Yeah.
Well, you can't fend that off anyways. If they come with the air superiority, you're fucked.
It looks like, this is an older article. Looks like there was an article in the Sacramento Bee earlier in the week about that Walmart parking refugee situation. They got video on it.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can't really prepare for, because, I mean, you'd have to have a super hardened structure, and then all they got to do is drop one of those nice new missiles they have that have like the depth. They can drop them in and punch through 2 or 3 floors and hit the specific floor. So, I mean, if they come at you with that, you might as well just lay there and die in your pile of brass. Just empty the lead out, and that's it. You're done.
You still there? Did he lag out or is it me?
I think Tony did.
Oh, Tony left. Oh, Tony bumped. Yeah, I'm just checking out this. There's a article video from Sacramento about that refugee area, but it's all done at night. Like you can't. I think Sparks had a much better layout of that whole deal. But definitely not a good deal. Wisconsin Woodsman's joined us. Thanks for checking in. Thanks for joining. Quasar is talking about doing a GoFundMe for Sparks. Anybody have his contact info to get a hold of him? I don't. That's a good cause. I don't know how we'd get it to him. That was a hard part of that. Like he says, Quasar says either he does it or we do it for him. We just need to get a hold of him and figure that out. Somebody get a hold of him. I don't know if Tony's got a number for him or not. But sure, a lot of people pitch in and get spread the word. At least a little bit of something to help them out. Nothing else. What were you and Tony talking about, Irish? I was watching this. I wasn't paying attention.
He was just talking about, there's no cover out there, and then he said something about planes and or air, and I mean, there's just no way we could protect from that. If they come in with a Hellfire missile or something.
Oh, yeah. There's lots of things short of nukes. They don't need to go all nuclear on us, right?
Yeah. What is it? Puff the Magic Dragon and Smoke or whatever. The C-130s that we have. Yeah, you can just sit there and hammer you all day long.
Yeah, C-130 would be enough to ruin our day.
Yeah.
If that's what they thought they could go to. They thought they could go the military route.
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, not including all the other air superior or the air power we have. Drones or whatever. I mean, they could. Yeah, if they went that route, they could definitely damage our cause if they wanted to.
Well, they don't even have to have all that high dollar smart stuff. Hell, most people, they could fly over in an old cargo chopper and do like they do in Syria, roll them 55 gallon drum full of mine explosive out, and just when they hit, they boom. How you gonna counter that? Hell, he's out of range unless you got one of those $7,000 M82s.
Even then, though, you still can't outrun that. I mean, the blast wave would be big enough that you'd be fucked unless you were off and hide. Yeah,
that's poor man's bombardment right there. I mean, they call them barrel bombs. They're really a little bit more sophisticated than a barrel, but hell, that's all it is a delivery can.
55 gallons of goodbye.
Yeah. You back, Tony?
Yeah, got booted and then kept giving me that you're not allowed to join this call message. So I restarted my computer.
Huh.
Restarted and reloaded. I reloaded at first, but it didn't fix it, so I just restarted.
The feds are watching you, Tony.
Yeah, I don't think they probably ever stop.
Didn't we all know this?
They're into bondage and weird shit.
Tony's always got to go there.
They are. They're into fucking kinky shit. That's why they watch people. Bunch of fags.
I'm going to choke you with this lamp cord.
Exactly. Replay their assassinations.
Hey, I'll be right back, fellas. Hold it down for a second.
Be a whole theater full of them fucking watching Waco reruns and shit.
Yeah, that was a bad deal, man. That was a bad deal.
Yeah, they're all homos, and the people that would want to even join that homo force is just incredible.
Oh, they didn't get what they bargained for in Waco, though, or was it not Waco? What was the Ruby Ridge? They had to go take on a Army Special Forces guy. That kind of got him shit canned.
Yeah, they suck. Only FBI I like is fucking Mulder and Scully.
I thought he was going to come out with the federal booby inspector.
Yeah. Those two aged bad.
It's rough
Man.
chasing Arabs.
Hey, I was gonna say we're gonna have to get something together for Sparks. He could probably set up a PayPal. I think maybe. I mean, anything. I've never used GoFundMe, but I know everything else. Even if we do a super chat or if we do PayPal, you're gonna get taxed. So not all the money is gonna go to that person. I don't know about a GoFundMe. I'm sure GoFundMe has to make some money somehow, right?
Yeah, they charge you like 2.8% or something. I just did one for one of my buddies, Marine buddies. His dad passed away, and what you do is you just go set it up, and then they have like 30 days to come, I guess, accept the deposits, and then they'll automatically deposit it whenever it comes into the account from that point on into their account. So that way, nobody else receives it. You don't have to pass it on to them.
Well, I know. I'm not sure what the PayPal percentage is, but PayPal's instant. Like, especially if you already got it set up.
Yeah, it's like 3.5%, I think.
Yeah. I mean, when I went out to the ranch, that's what I had set up, and it was the best because it was like instant. Like, I think I could route it to a card. They would send you a card. You could route it. There's like mad options. Whatever is the easiest for you to get the fucking money. And I haven't used it in a long time, but I imagine they updated it and it's fucking even easier to use. But
yeah, you could pay from your phone, but getting him a card would be a hard thing to do because he don't have an address. No residence to send it to now.
So probably like if he just like I did, I had it linked to my card. So I think at the most like it took like maybe 24 hours for you to send money from the PayPal to your debit card.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, he could definitely. If he has he can set up all online and then just transfer the money from PayPal. Because he can't get a physical card from PayPal right now. He could just transfer it right to his bank that's connected to his PayPal account, and then it'll be there within whatever time frame it is.
Yeah, because I think when like fucked up shit happens, I think probably like right away, if you got cash, like shit is a little bit easier. You know what I mean, or whatever. Or you got money on a debit card, like. Everything else to get figured out in 30, 60, 90, 120 days, you know what I mean? But fucking that first week,
Yeah. I believe there's a $5,000 limit. I'm not 100% sure. I know it is like if you sell stuff on eBay, it's a $5,000 limit depending on how long you've had your PayPal account. So if he already has a PayPal account, it may have, he may not have a limit, but if you just started it, like if you went to go start it, you can only get $5,000 a month
in donations.
Yeah, any kind of income through PayPal. It may be different for donations, but I know.
We gotta see if we can get a hold of them. I mean, we'd have to, and then like just run the chat. You know what I mean? Like run the chat with him in it or some shit like that. And then if he's got the PayPal set up, that shit's pretty quick.
Yeah, if he already has it set up, he can take it and just transfer it to his bank as he needs. Or I think you can use the phone app now to how you scan your phone and you can use it to pay with. I think you can use that too now with PayPal.
And I bet you, I'm not saying he probably doesn't have it, but I bet you they got it now because all the iPhones have the Apple Pay. So there's basically you transfer funds to the Apple Pay, So
yeah.
I bet you it's probably instantaneous. Or, even if you load up your PayPal, you can get anything off of eBay.
Right. Well, Google has the same thing, or not Google, but Android. You can pay Android Pay too. So Either way, let's.
Yeah, it's just so many fucking different things you could do, especially, you know, like what if his biggest, I mean, we haven't really talked to him, but what if his biggest deal is right now is just fucking gas money? I mean, maybe that's why he's still in Cali. I mean, I'm not saying we haven't, you know, whatever reason, but, you know, cash is always fucking helps you out, or a card you could swipe.
Yeah, definitely.
I just hit eBay.
Yeah, he said he was loaded up on gas. He didn't. He wouldn't say how much because he was out there in the public, but he gave 5 gallons away and had enough to move both vehicles out of there. So, but yeah, any kind of money or support would be helpful, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about how I could go. I mean, I'm a few hours away. It's less than a day, drive to get over there, but I don't even know if he's still there though. It'd be nice if we could get a way to reach out to him and
You
see.
got his number, right?
No, I don't. I've changed phones like 3 times. I don't even have Glenn's number anymore.
Let's see.
I left him a message on D Plus, but who knows if he was even checking that stuff. Obviously doing what he's doing. But it would be nice to figure something out.
Does he have his email address on his homepage? For his
he doesn't have. No, it's bare minimum. He doesn't have hardly anything at all. And there's no info on here at all. Because he didn't really YouTube much. I mean, he did a couple videos a couple years ago, but he didn't do. He didn't set it up for much. He just shared a few things.
Yeah, somebody needs to leave him a comment on his video, and have him get in touch with Tony or somebody.
Yeah, and I think Glenn's really close compared to most of us. I don't know if he can make a day trip out of it.
Hell, even let him come park in his backyard or something.
Right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he could probably. Yeah, he's probably that close. Shoot, I was trying to think if I knew anybody else over that way. But hey, Tony isn't TPP in Chico? Or was she in SAC?
What was dude's name? He was I think he was some kind of undercover cop or something. He used to do like the parables of Christ and stuff like that. He used to hang out in our chats all the time. He was in Cali somewhere. I cannot remember his name for the life of me.
I'm not sure who you're talking about.
He used to wear a hat and sunglasses. This was before, oh man, it was before the Green Dragon even.
Who was it?
The guy, he lived in California. He always wore a hat and sunglasses, and he'd always do like parables from the Bible and stuff. But he was all into guns, and he was like an undercover narcotics officer.
James Yeager?
No. This guy's in California. James Yeager. Come on, man. We ain't talking about hide behind cars or nothing, bro. We're talking about
I just heard narcotics officer.
Is that what he was? I didn't even know.
Yeah.
I thought he was. The only reason I really know him is because the whole incident where his driver got shot and bled out in the seat while he was in the back when he was a contractor or something in Afghanistan or Iraq.
This guy was in Cali?
No. We're talking about James Yeager.
Was he? Well, the guy that you're talking about, was he? He was in the Dragon Chats.
Yeah, he was before that, and then he had cancer, and then he came back on for a while. But I just can't remember his damn name because we all sent him magazines because they were banning the 30-round magazines, and since he could have them pre-banned, but how do you prove that they're pre-banned? You know, and I forget his name.
He was in Cali?
Yeah, California. He always drank some kind of whiskey. Damn it, man! I can't remember this kid's name. He was a good dude, but I can't remember his name now. I can't.
10 round. Are you talking about 10 round?
No, I'm talking like back before even Poison Stinger used to come hang out with us.
Oh, dang. Man, I'm old.
I am too. That's why I can't remember. Damn traumatic brain injuries.
I bet your Mule would remember better than any of us, though. Mule knew everybody. Like, he never forgot anybody, didn't seem like.
You talked to Mule?
Nah, he was in the side chat earlier. He jetted out, though.
Did he say he was all right or what?
Oh, because he just said hello and good night. Have a good chat. He didn't say much at all.
I'm probably going to lag out here, but I'm looking for this guy. So if I'm not responsive, it's because that.
We'll cover for you. Hey, Backcountry Preps is in the side chat. What's going on there, Vaughn? We were talking about your misadventures in the Tijuana earlier. Tony's locking and loading for somebody. Yeah, everybody, if you didn't hear us earlier talking about it, Backcountry Preps there went over to Tijuana to check out the caravan and see what was going on. Yeah, Truth Freeze, I think Cellar is actually south down in Fresno County, down way south of there. Not really. I think I'm actually closer than that. If that's what you're talking about, Truth Freeze, I think you're talking about somebody close to Sparks.
I don't even know if I was friends with you guys on YouTube back then because I was doing stuff on the Prepper Broadcasting Network with. You ever heard of Staying Awake 20?
No, I mean, doesn't ring a bell. I mean, I may have 5 years ago.
Yeah. He was.
Yeah,
on
I know because you were like doing your thing with Kansas before I came around. I think because you know how it is. There's different networks, different circles, and
right.
You know, we all just kind of overlap eventually, but.
Right.
Yeah, that's probably lots of people you knew because you started like in 2011 or something like that.
This channel, I started way back in like 2004, but
yeah, you've been around a lot longer than me, so you probably know tons of people that have fallen off. That.
Yeah, I ran into Staying Awake 20. He lives down in Kentucky, in northern Kentucky, and he still does stuff. He's like 76 now, but he's a pretty good old guy.
Oh, wow.
We used to do chats like the broadcast where you I forget what the hell it even called now, but it was on the Prepper Broadcasting Network, and we had a show, not a television show, but like a talking radio show that we used to do on there. That was way back, way back in the day. For prepping was even prepping, I guess. Just homesteading talk and
that's one of those things that's all still prepping. It's just different terminology.
Right.
Yeah, I can remember when it was survivalist. It was all just survivalist. Prepping was something you did before surgery, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I felt like I was in a video game the other day. I fucking found an ammo cache.
Say what?
Yeah, well, I forgot. Technically, it wasn't, but There's just like a big old pack of 22 I forgot that I had. Like, I didn't even have it. It was at somebody else's house. It was just a big old, I don't know. Might as well have been fucking buried in the ground somewhere for a couple of years because I haven't had it for a couple of years. It's just, dude. Even when I moved out, there was like bullets laying all over the ground. Like, fuck, terrible.
You might be doing it wrong.
That and the kids' Nerf darts and fucking Legos and shit when we moved everything out. Just as bad, right?
Man, them Legos, when you get up in the morning, them Legos will stick to the bottom of your foot when you step on one of them.
Oh wow, man! There's a whole bunch of people that I don't see anymore. I'm still subscribed to them, but I mean,
Oh yeah, when I look down my ones I'm subscribed to, there's some people that don't do videos anymore. There's a whole slew of people that
RPM Idaho,
he still does. He did a couple videos in the last couple of weeks.
Modoc 42.
Yeah, I haven't. He's not done anything in a long time.
I have. There's one Tactical Tony channel.
There's like 4 or 5 of those. Yeah, Modoc. I asked Wyatt One Able about Modoc a while back, and I guess he still talked to him or whatever. But
Super Flat Fat Guy 859. I haven't seen him.
right, isn't he from Cincinnati or something like that?
I think he's Kentucky.
Is he Northern Kentucky? Yeah, I haven't heard nothing from here. That's another one.
Long 13 here. I haven't seen him in a while. I tried texting him the other day, but I think his number's changed.
You know what's funny? He commented on my winning contest video. So I don't know if he still lurks in the background or something, but remember when I won that contest and I was like, the only reason I won is because Rich didn't enter?
Right.
And he commented on that. I'm like, no way. Where are you lurking, man? You haven't been around in, 3 years. I haven't seen you do anything. And you like, what's going on? Because he hasn't commented or done anything in years.
Now is he the same as Rich 5160?
Is who?
Long 13 here.
Rich 5160.
Yeah, there's somebody added me like that the other day. I think it was Rich 5160.
I don't know who that is. There's Rich 1911. That's a different Rich though.
Yeah, I'm just buffering on the people now. It's funny because like whenever I originally got on YouTube, people like Jake Hoback, the guy that makes really super expensive knives, he didn't have any subscribers, and I was friends with him just because he was a Marine. And then now he's, making $800 pocket folders and stuff, and it's just crazy to see how everybody's progressed. Some people fell off, and some people made it big.
Or not progress like me. Me and Tony. Sitting here doing the same old thing.
Tony, you guys progressed just fine. Look at all the followers you have, man. You reach so many people.
Yeah, it's just people are just drift by and leave. But yeah, it's just funny. You go through your list of people, and it's like, man, what happened to these people? Nobody does videos anymore. Yeah, definitely missed a lot of people that it'd be good to hear from. Just
Block 17 Ninja, he's still around, I get it. Ever heard of him?
That doesn't ring a bell.
Sonoran Desert Prepper.
Yeah, Sonoran. He's still out there. He just doesn't do the videos much.
AJ Prepper. I haven't seen her in a long time. The One-Eyed Patriot.
All right. Well, One-Eyed Patriot passed away.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he passed away of cancer, like 2015.
Oh, damn. That's probably when I was on my hiatus from
Yeah.
My little scare with the Doomsday Preppers wanting me to be on that shit. I was like, nope, thanks.
Oh, really?
Shut. Oh yeah, I still got the email. Like, it's just crazy. I was like, nope, thanks, no. That's why I just killed the entire channel.
That's why they shut down, because they couldn't get you on the show.
Yeah, right. I mean, they had everybody contacting me. Like, some of the local places was trying to get me to teach survival classes and stuff, and preparedness to the E911. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not really interested in that. Thanks. How did you get my number?
There's always a way.
Right.
That's a scary thing.
I don't think it's going to load. It's still just buffering after all those people. So I'll figure it out. And but he's in California. I know there's a couple people that I'm used to be pretty close with that are in California.
Well, I know, like, dadgum, I'm having a horrible time with names. Shoot. Man. Yeah, anyway, there's a couple of channels out of Southern California, I know, but that's a long way away. You got any plans for the rest of the weekend, Tony? What you up to? Yeah. You punched out on us, I guess.
Too many Four Locos, Tony. Too many Four Locos.
The only two YouTubers I know that are in Southern California is 10 Round, and I think he's considered SoCal, and Jay White.
Is Jay White in SoCal?
Yeah, he's in San Diego.
Okay. Yeah, 10 Rounds is technically Southern California, for sure. Yeah, Jay White hasn't been in a chat since I haven't seen him in one in a long time.
Oh, he's lurking. He'll pop in when you first go live and put what's happening, and then he'll delete it.
Not in my chats, he hasn't. I haven't seen him in forever.
That's the only reason I go back and retract my stuff like it's just in tribute to Jay Watt, because I saw him doing it and I thought, I'm going to do that just to aggravate him.
Okay. Yeah. There's just too many channels out there to keep up with half the time.
Yeah, I'm subbed to odd stuff now.
All the homesteading channels and stuff.
Well, I'm like subbed to that, but then like I don't know, maybe some skateboarding channels and I don't know, just random shit, I guess. People living in their vans.
Low Buck Prepper, remember him? He's living in a van.
Yeah, yeah.
That's all his whole channel's about, living in his van. I caught up with him the other day on a video, and I was like, man, things have changed quite a bit from my. I think that's the whole reason I went, because back in the day, you could have an account, but you didn't have to do videos. Like, there was some weird way to activate videos or something. And I only started doing videos to do a VR to him. I got my whole video started with doing a VR to Low Buck.
Yeah, he used to make moonshine out of that electric distiller. He had a countertop electric distiller.
If I didn't have kids, like I think that would be the way to go. Like out here, even complying with BLM bullshit, you can be in one spot for like 14 days in a row, and then you just move over, like, say, a couple 100 feet or whatever in any of these places, you know, and just all you'd really have to do is obviously figure out your food and your fucking the rest of the situations. But as far as these spots, especially some of them I know, and there's nobody out there, you know. Way better than hanging out with some refugees too, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
There's spots down by Lake Mead. Shit, you could stay in any of those spots 14 days in a row. Move over a couple 100 feet.
Game the system.
Rent free. They got bathrooms. They got, you know, depending on what place you're at, you know, depends on how nice the facilities, but all of them got facilities, usually at least a pisser, you know.
Like campgrounds and stuff, or?
Well, like down by Laughlin, there's a little back way you could cut behind the dam, and it's like it's Lake Mead overall, but I think it's like Lake Mojave or some shit down there on the back end of the whatever dam that is there in Laughlin. And it's beautiful. It's fucking, the water's clean, and there's probably I think there's 2 fitters maybe, but all the spots are like along the water. They're not made up spots. You just pull up, and then you got 14 days right there. So you got the shitter, you got water, and people just sit there for fucking weeks on end, just fishing. And, you know, like I said, they'll just move over a couple 100 feet if they're gonna be any longer than that. You know, some people are in tents, some people are in motorhomes. I mean, it just depends. But it's just a spot I was thinking, like, shit, if I was ever homeless or anything ever went bad, you could fucking cruise down there, fish all day. I mean, if you had a way to filter the water, you could just pull water right there out of the lake. I mean, they take that lake water anyways and put it in our fucking tap system out here, and we drink it.
Catadine Pocket, dude. Catadine Pocket. Fill up a 3-liter Camelback in 2 minutes.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's free right there, too. You're not going to get no water bill. You know, you don't have to fill up your septic on if you got an RV or something, because you use the bathroom right there. Some of the other places that we've went to has the shitter and a shower, but you gotta the shower takes quarters. Sometimes the shower is free. I've seen the shower free, but not really. A lot of the time, shower takes quarters. But yeah, BLM land. You're on, you know, boonies, there's nothing out there, just be you and the land. Yeah, I think if I could get this Jeep squared away, then, you know, and have the land also, whatever, man, let it all fall apart. Let them fucking, I don't know what's going to happen in Nevada, but have that plan. Sparks had a plan, you know?
Right.
We're talking about trying to get him a PayPal set up or something, or he's got to set up the PayPal, and then we'll just do a chat.
Yeah, I sent him I put a message on his comment, and I left him a comment on G+. He just kind of contact somebody, and I don't know. We'll see what we can do. I mean, we know where this Walmart's at. like I was saying, if I could figure out a way to get the time to go over there, that might be something too. If he's still there, though. Don't know if he's still there at that Walmart or not. So it'd be good to get a hold of him.
Yeah, it's fucking Thanksgiving coming up. Like, bam. So let us know, Sparks, if you see this chat later. Let us know what we can do.
Or drop in on the chat. I mean, I got a couple turkeys I could pitch in for sure. No reason for them to do without turkey. Have Glenn bring down a deep fryer and we'll deep fry some turkey right there in the Walmart parking lot.
Might have a riot on your hands.
We'll butcher it right there in the field. We'll bring them live over. I'm sure that would go over well, right? The health department wouldn't have a problem with that.
Yeah, and I fucking live at work, so I'll just donate once he gets the thing set up. Shit, I wish I had wish I could fucking I got a lot of time off next week actually. It's funny. I'm supposed to go up to see mom, but
Oh, yeah?
yeah. Yeah, but all those days off they're giving me ain't all paid vacation. Some of them are, but not all of them are. So that's like a long ass time to go without making no bread, you know?
Oh, right. Sure. No doubt.
Double-edged sword there.
The what?
That's a double-edged sword there. Either take off all those days and have all that R&R, but it ain't gonna make no money, you know? I think they might pay us for like 2 out of 7.
Man, Thanksgiving this coming Thursday, and boy, the clock is spinning like a top.
Yeah, time has flown by. I mean, it just seems like the other day Trump got elected. We're talking about, chats and just doing stuff here on YouTube. It's like we were just arguing about Trump a few months ago, seems like.
Next we'll be arguing about President Beto. Crazy.
Oh, gosh.
Them motherfuckers are projecting already. They're like, he lost for whatever the fuck he was running for, but he'll win this.
Yeah, right.
What was he going for? Governor? Or what's
Senate. He was running against Cruz down in Texas.
Texas Ted,
Yeah. Canada, Texas, Ted.
formerly known as Lion Ted.
And the son of the Zodiac Killer. Yeah, Ted's done. Ted fucking barely won, huh?
All right, guys, it's 1 a.m. here. I'm gonna have to cut out. If I figure that out, I'll send it to you guys who it is, but it's not loading. So,
All right, no worries. Yeah, thanks for dropping by, Irish. You hung in there for the duration mostly.
Al, thanks for having me.
It was good. We talked about a lot of stuff, so thanks.
You guys have a good evening.
You too.
I will see you later, Irish.
Late.
Yeah, I gotta get up early. I got fucking like 3 more days to go.
Oh, you working straight through the weekend?
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. And we just went to days, which is better. I'm starting to dig days because I get to come home and sleep in my own bed, but it's like turn and burn, come home, eat, kiss the kids, hug them, and then go to sleep. Do it
So
all over again.
You're doing 12 hours?
Yeah. 12. I'm busting shit. It's like 5 or 6 a week.
Right.
Try to just take that one day off because they give us a 3-day off every other week. So if you can kick ass for that whole 2 weeks up until we get our 3-day weekend, it's a pretty good check. So, and the holidays are coming, man. Like, fuck, I want shit and the kids want shit. I gotta think about the kids, right?
You don't have to.
I know, right? Like, what does your Christmas present have to do with prepping? If it doesn't have to do with prepping, sorry, it's not on the list this year.
Might not make the cut. Yeah.
No, I gotta make sure it's been a good year, man. I gotta make sure everybody has a good one. And it's gonna blow by. It's gonna blow by. It's already, as soon as we hit next week, which is already here pretty much, dude, it's gonna be fucking Christmas time.
Yeah, New Year's will be here before you know it.
Yeah, so we're gonna drive up and cut down the old Christmas tree. Probably, I'm thinking in maybe like first week of December or something. We're gonna go up.
You gonna go chop it down with an axe like you did last time?
No, I'm gonna take a chainsaw this time.
Take an iPad. Take 2 iPads if you take the chainsaw.
Right?
I'll take a couple of TKs for you too.
Yeah, make sure you have your eye pro on while you're at it.
Shit.
All right, Tony, you get out of here and go get your rest then. Don't you get hurt on the work site.
All right. Hey, you guys running anything during the holidays? Because there's going to be, I'm going to probably, I don't know. I might be up in Utah a couple of those days. I might broadcast from Utah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What do you mean? You mean chat-wise running something?
Yeah, man. I got a...
I think right now we'll see what Sparks gets a hold of us with. If we get any word from Sparks, we'll probably center it around that or something, depending on what comes out.
All right. Yeah. Text me. Call me.
All right.
All right.
Have a good weekend or a good work week, whatever you want to call it.
All right. Shout out to everybody out there in the comments. Peace.
Yeah, 520 just joined us. What's up, 520?
Later, Saints.
See you, Tony.
Bikes and Bullets is back, but not with us. Yeah, Tommy Boy, One-Eyed Patriot passed away from cancer. Yeah. Yeah, it was a few. I think it was 2015. It may have been 16, but 15 sounds right. But it was a while back. Definitely a while back. His channel's still up, I believe. Truth Free says France is revolting against Macron. 200,000 protesters. Is that like today they had a 200,000 person protest? That's pretty big. Well, Saints, it's down to me and you, I guess.
All I can say is that's Vive la France.
Yeah, right. Or not. Not a big fan.
They kind of made their bed hard. They opened the door.
Who, the French did?
They didn't put no concertina on their border wall. They just opened the door and let them come in. They're paying price.
Yeah, not like the
Germany and Sweden and yeah.
Yeah, I think it was the Hungarians and Bulgarians. They were pretty much putting barriers up on their borders, I think.
Yes, sir. Told them that no, we don't want any.
Right.
We're not buying today.
Right. Yeah, the Eastern Europeans kind of get it, but the Western Europeans kind of lost in the sauce.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of funny because the Austrians pretty much saved everybody in the last go around, but nobody learned their lesson, and This is all going down now.
I know for the something out of the for what it's worth category, I saw a little banner talking about the Chinese are actually paying rewards to people now that turn in other people that say anything against the government or post anything pornographic or anything inappropriate. There's like mega rewards if you turn them in China.
Where was this?
In China.
Oh, China. Oh, yeah. I think I saw that. Okay, yeah.
Isn't that something?
It's just a
We're
like
gonna
a
pay
coming,
you.
right?
Yep, we're gonna pay you to rat anybody out to do anything against the party. We're gonna give you big rewards.
Right.
What's up, 520?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
You got wintertime down there yet?
Yeah, I'm freezing my ass off down here. Shit.
What is it, like 50 degrees?
Oh, I don't know. Fuck, man. It's cold, though.
You're
Need a
wearing a
jacket and
t-shirt.
shit.
It ain't cold.
I'm outside in a t-shirt and I have goosebumps. That's all I can
Okay.
tell you.
It's about 40 maybe, something like that.
Probably.
Yeah, not
It's
bad.
41 degrees here, and I don't like it. I'd turn my heater on.
Well, you got humidity, Saints. That's
Check.
dry
Yeah,
cold.
it's 47 right now.
Yeah, wet. They're talking about that wet cold. That's what it is. The
Yeah, that wet cold gets to your bones, man. You feel it.
Oh, dang. I think we're having our first night in the 30s tomorrow.
Oh, yeah?
Get down to 39 tomorrow night.
Okay.
That's what
Getting a little
Google
chillier.
says.
Yeah, I'm pretty much breaking water every morning around here for the animals, so
Yeah.
it's a little colder.
Yeah, for sure. I get maybe like 10 or 15 days throughout the whole winter where I have to bust ice.
Pretty much it's like that from here till March.
So what's the topic tonight? Do we have
We
one?
started off talking about that guy's tweet. Did you see that representative saying he was going to drop nuclear bombs if people didn't turn in their guns?
Oh, yeah. Heard something
We
about that.
started talking about that. We talked about a little bit of radiological preparedness, how to do decontamination and stuff just in case. But do you remember Jay Sparks, come in the chat?
Yeah, I watched his video from the fucking FEMA camp.
Yeah, we just saw that tonight. I guess Partisan Gorilla had seen it and tuned us into it.
Oh, right on.
So we talked about that and just like, yeah, there's a lot of learning points there. He brought up a lot of good stuff. He's got a lot of good.
Be doing better than a lot of people there. He has the RV and everything, you know.
Yeah.
Not just in a tent, so that's good. But
that's what I told HD. I said I'd give him a 9 out of 10 on preparedness because he's about got everything I could see. Unless he's hiding stuff, he had all the bases covered.
Yep. Looked like he was doing all right. I didn't. I might not have seen the same video you guys did. I saw a video yesterday or the day before, something about trying to catch a bike thief.
Oh yeah, he did a first video. He got cut off because there was a disturbance. Then he came back and did a 44-minute one.
Yeah, I watched the 44-minute one.
Yeah, that was the one after the initial one. The initial one, he kind of went through, hey, we had to leave, and he got all the emotional stuff out, and then he kind of went back, and that 44-minute, he kind of went through all the, hey, this is what we did, this is how we did it, and this is how we're living here at the camp, and we didn't watch the whole thing because it's 44 minutes, but
yeah,
there's probably lots of good nuggets in there. That's craziness, though. But we were talking about in here about seeing if we get a PayPal or something set up for him, but nobody knows how to get a hold of him. So,
no one has his number or nothing.
No, I used to have it years ago, but I've changed phones so many times I've lost it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're trying to see if we get a hold of him and to see how Maybe put some people get some funds kicked together or whatever to go help out or help him out a little bit, just because everybody knows him.
Yeah.
But just
Sometimes I don't know. I don't think I'm friends with them on G Plus, but sometimes you'll get an email like linked on now. So you might be able to email him if he's not answering comments.
email him. What do you mean email him?
Like like go to his G Plus page. Here, I'm on it right now. Click about. No, he doesn't have an email. Never mind.
Oh, it tells you email on G Plus page. Oh,
it's an option. Yeah.
oh, I don't think I activated that either.
Yeah, his little thing is like grayed out or whatever.
Yeah,
It's just the email like connected with the account or whatever, but he might check that and not YouTube comments. I don't know.
Yeah, there's like bare minimum on his YouTube page too. But
yeah.
Hey, have a good night, Bikes. We'll see you later. Thanks for checking in. Thanks for coming to chat. Bikes wants to know how much to dress a pig and send it. Probably far more. Probably costs too much. The shipping on you want a small pig, Bikes? You want a big pig? You know how much it's, 100-pound worth of hog meat is going to cost to send you? How much do you think that'd cost, Justin?
I don't know. Too much. Just
right.
Drive up and get it.
It might be cheaper to drive and get it.
Or drive down here and get it. Whatever. He's in between both of us. So.
All right. Yeah, Bikes, that'd be pretty pricey. Yeah, that's a pretty pricey proposition.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so heavy. And you got to send it expedited because it's food, fresh meat.
Yeah, and plus still pack it on dry ice. I don't know. I guess if you freeze it all first.
It'd be like shipping it in a cooler. You know how big that package would be?
It'd be a few coolers.
Yeah, I don't think Bikes has thought this all the way through by what he's dealing with here.
No.
You get it to him quick, take it to the post office and tape it all up real good and put those human organ stickers on there.
Ship it as a human. Yeah.
Bad humor.
What's he want
Bad
to
doggy.
anyway?
Bad doggy.
What's that, Justin?
So what's he want a pig for anyway?
Probably to eat, I would hope. I don't know of any other reason to get one, right?
Cook out. I don't know. Ask Sonora does a prepper. He fucking I think he gets it on with his pigs.
Yeah, I was gonna ask him, was he wanting a live one or a dead one? You better watch them pigs.
I mean, if he wants it warm, the shipping would probably cost less.
Get you an Uber, put the pig in the back, save an Uber, and send him on his way.
There you go. Oh, did I tell you guys about the Uber driver that showed up on my street?
Yeah. A couple of weeks ago, right? One like last month.
Yeah, probably. Maybe a little longer.
Yeah, with some guy in the back seat or whatever.
Yeah, just fucking nodding off, man. Big time. Like I could smell alcohol on him too, but he wasn't just drunk.
Yeah, that was like the last time I did a chat, man. That was a long time ago.
Oh, you shit, I don't think I told you guys this. The sheriff shows up on my street, I poke my head out the door, see what's going on. Why is there a sheriff parked across the street from me? And he goes up and knocks on the neighbor's door. And I'm pretty fucking nosy, so I just go out there and ask him what's going on because the neighbors didn't answer. And he's like, well, we got a call to do a welfare check on them and nobody's answering. I'm like, well, both their cars are there. She doesn't drive. And both the cars are there. So I don't know if they're trying to avoid you or what's going on, but they're there. And anyway, he goes and knocks on the door again, leaves, comes back about an hour later with like 4 or 5 deputies. They go over there, pick the door lock, and they found both the neighbors dead.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
Like
Dang.
shit, that was last Thursday.
Had you just seen him recently? Like
15, 8. I hadn't seen him for a couple weeks, but I've been freaking busy around here. Normally I would pay attention and notice that I hadn't seen him, right? Because like my computer just faces out the window here, and I kind of keep an eye on the street and everything. But yeah, so they couldn't really tell me much. They told me as much as they knew, which was not much. They said it didn't look like anything violent, but the lady was basically crippled. She had some kind of like degenerative spine disease and like didn't walk or anything. So as far as they could tell, it was natural causes. It wasn't, no bullet wounds, no slashed throats, anything violent like that. But other than that, they couldn't tell because they had been in there for a couple weeks, and
wow.
they actually didn't even have a positive ID on either one of them because the bodies were in such bad shape.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
You make sure when they go to sell that house and then people pull up out there, you go out there and blow it. Hey, man, don't buy a house. Ain't dead people in there, man.
That'll lower his property value. You want that thing to sell fast.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, because this house had like been on the market for a long time. And I was just like always afraid of like some junkies moving in and squatting at the place or whatever. That like every time the realtor would be out there showing the house to somebody, I'd go over and talk up the neighborhood and it's a real nice street to live on, make friends with the people or whatever. And I did that with this guy, this couple that moved in. And he turned out to be a real fucking weirdo.
Bad call.
Like,
huh?
shit, probably shouldn't have done that. Yeah, like, I mean, shit, I hadn't talked to him for maybe like a year and a half or 2 years because, he's only been there like 2 years, and he was there a couple months, and then he came over and knocked on my door one day, and I never really talked to him much, but he knocks on my door one day and he's like, my wife has this degenerative spine disease, and the doctor doesn't give her enough medicine. So do you know a drug dealer where I can get some Oxycontin from? Like, dude, what are you fucking talking about? Get out of here. I basically told him off, get the fuck off my property, and hadn't talked to him since.
Right.
So I don't know. I told the detective that because they fucking came over here and wanted to talk to me. When's the last time you seen him? Like, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. And like, well, you ever hear any fighting or, loud banging over at the house or anything like that? I'm like, no, I never hear a peep out of them. They don't keep their lights on at night. He's a fucking weirdo. Told him about how he came over asking for drugs. I'm like, shit, they might have got fucking dosed. Who knows? It could be a overdose over there or something.
That's the only thing. I bet you that makes sense, because if she was that bad off, like, they just agreed to go out together. Why else would they go both be gone?
Well, yeah, I mean, I freaking, or she died and then he killed himself.
Right.
Something like that.
I'll bet.
That's the first thing that went through my mind. Either, murder, suicide, or she died and he killed himself or something. But, because if she was really in that bad a condition, it might have been just a fucking, he got tired of seeing her suffer or whatever, something like that,
Yeah, maybe he did it and she didn't know it. Yeah.
Yeah. Gave her a big dose and then killed himself or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That kind of makes sense. I mean,
yeah. So I mean, normally I avoid sheriffs and shit, but I went out there. I'm like, hey, so what can you tell me? Because I was leaving that weekend. Yeah, I was going on a fishing trip last weekend, and my wife and kid are going to be here at the house. I'm like, hey, You know, you got to tell me that this wasn't like a botched burglary or something like that. You know,
came in or something.
Fucking serial killer in the neighborhood or something. He's like, no sign of forced entry. Didn't look burglarized. You know, we can't tell you how they died because we don't know, but it doesn't look like anything violent. I'm like, okay, cool. He's like, but while you're here, can I get a statement from you? Yeah, sure, why not?
Right.
So something like that. It's kind of weird though. My wife, Cindy, was a little bit freaked out for a couple days. It's like, you know, I don't know, weird finding your neighbors dead, and they've been dead for. He's like, the sheriff told me, he's like, man, another couple days, and the whole neighborhood would have smelled it.
Oh,
That's what I was thinking, man. If it'd been the middle of summer, holy cow, it wouldn't took but a week, and that'd have been done like a freaking beefsteak.
They didn't have any pets, no dogs.
Nope.
That's the big giveaway. Usually is pets,
the
barking or something.
No, and they never kept any lights on in the house, so it's not like I could tell that. Whatever. Like he would, sometimes I'd see him like walking around in his living room using a flashlight for a light. They had electricity because every once in a while you'd see like one of the backlights on in a bedroom or something. But yeah. Anyway, so that was a little bit of drama in the neighborhood.
That's a little bit of drama, especially for a place like that, right?
Yeah, we're a pretty quiet neighborhood out here. There was like 12 cop cars after they found him. You know, they called out the detectives and the medical examiner, and fucking like my whole street was lined with cops. And I was going camping the next day, so I needed to. I was like pre-cook a bunch of food, and I went out there and I was grilling a big pork roast on my barbecue, just watching them all. I don't know.
I'd call the homeowner association and say, y'all grabbing about my pig in my backyard, and y'all got 2 dead people over there, been over there for 2 weeks.
No doubt, right?
Oh, right. Oh, man.
No, that wasn't my pig. You're smelling that. Your buddies over there.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, that whole pig thing, man. So what animals do you have?
Well, since I can't have as many pigs, I've been upping my chicken game because there's no fucking regulation on that at all. I can have as many as I want.
You have 50 chickens.
I can see some revenge involved in that.
And not only chickens, you get 50 roosters.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
All of them set to go off at a different time.
I have like 4 roosters right now, and it's so hard to count them. Like, what I need to do is I need to take a picture of them and then count them in the picture, because close as I can tell is I have 20 hens and 4 roosters.
That's a bunch of chickens, dude. I bet you got some eggs being laid too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got a couple people I sell eggs to. So basically that pays for their food, and then we get all the eggs we'll ever want. Plus, I feed them a lot of like bread and shit too that I pull out of the bakery dumpster. So I really don't spend that much on food for them.
Man, I got so many critters and predators here where I'm at. If you're gonna have something, it's got to be in through 2 fences. They've got to go through an outside fence and then get through a pen to get to them, or you can't keep nothing. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, every night you'd have to be on guard, get ready to, because they're coming every night. They're not going to stop. And they wiped me out of chickens, and I had a good run of them.
Yeah, I was worried about bobcats, but
Well, my deal right now is coyotes, dude. My dog's going crazy right now as we speak. I've got coyotes circling the freaking perimeter out here. Just, I don't know. I heard them howling last night or night before last, and it was at least 20 of them. And they were howling from every different direction. I don't know whether they're dicking with my dog. I tried to get him to come in the house, and he wouldn't. He'd look at the door like he's going to come in, and he'd look back out in the yard and ground bark. So, yeah, I'm having to deal with coyotes.
yeah,
right now.
I'd be a lot more worried, but I don't know. We're kind of like we're right on the fucking edge of everything, but everybody around us does have dogs that like stay out at night, and I don't know. I just probably one day I'll wake up to a fucking just complete carnage from a bobcat or something like that, but I haven't lost anything. I've lost a chicken to a hawk once, but besides that,
Yeah, it's hard to protect from hawks.
Yeah,
the chickens got to know where the covered areas are, but we have an open area too. And it's like, well, if they're not, they don't run for the cover when they get a chance. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, and I lost one to a hawk once, but I've had the big great horned owls sitting out here on my telephone poles, or my power poles coming into my house, which is right above my little chicken yard I have. And I know when those owls are there at night because it's the only damn time my chickens make a peep at night is when the owls are sitting up there. So I'll go out there and just fucking squirt them with a hose or some shit, throw some rocks at them.
Hey, I could tell when a hawk got one of mine because I could look out in the yard. There'd be a big old circle of feathers and nothing around it. Right in the middle of the yard would be a circle of feathers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Boom, hit it, dude, knock feathers out of it and fly off with it.
Yep. Don't you still have dog, Justin?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I have one dog. Yeah.
Yeah,
last year I freaking had to put down 2 dogs, but yeah, I still have one. Probably the one you see in my videos.
What's that?
I said it's probably the one you see in my videos sometimes.
Yeah, the older videos you used to do with her, and she
getting
in the truck and everything. Okay.
Uh-huh.
The smart one.
Yeah, the smart one.
Yeah.
Those 2 were good dogs. They're just old.
Right.
But yeah, she doesn't like sleeping outside.
Oh,
actually, she does, but I think she'll fucking go cause a ruckus in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
I'll hear.
Yeah, if everybody else's dogs are barking, my dogs are barking if they're outside.
Yeah.
Like they're just having a chit chat or something.
Uh-huh. But yeah, we've kind of butt right up against national forest here. We're only like 2 properties away from it, and that's where we'd have like a lot of bobcats or coyotes or whatever coming up out of there. But literally, like everybody along the borders of national forest, just 2 properties down from me, they all have like 6 dogs each. It just in kennels like along that boundary. So it's like fucking nothing's getting through there. So I'm a little protected by them.
Yeah, my closest neighbor, he's finally putting a fence in. I hope that helps a little bit, keeping the because his back of his property wasn't fenced at all, and that's one of the main areas that the coyotes were coming in the last couple of years ago when I first moved over here. And we did some stuff, and the one dog's helped a lot, but him putting that fence in will help keep them. That's the biggest boundary we got to keep them off of our back fence there where they could come over, is if he perimeters off the rest of his property. So that'll help us out.
Nice.
Coyotes are always a problem around here. people taking pictures of them in broad daylight, running down the street.
They were really bad. I used to live like just on the outskirts of town, just on the outskirts of Tucson, and they were horrible there. It's like close enough to the city where nobody fucking shoots them, but like everybody's still on like 3 acres, and so there's plenty of room for them to roam. Nobody had their fucking property fenced out there, and it'd be horrible. I'd like come home like 2 or 3 times a week. I'd be driving in the driveway, and my fucking dog's out in the driveway fighting a pack of coyotes, you know?
Oh, that'd be a rough go.
Yeah, she hates coyotes too, man. She's a quarter coyote, and she fucking hates them. We were living in like this little log cabin. It was a guest house out on this piece of property, and it was kind of like built into a hill a little bit, so the back side of the cabin was only like maybe 5 feet, like the edge of the eaves were only like 5 feet off the ground, and there was a big boulder right next to the house back there. And I don't know how many times I come home and my dog's up on the roof, and fucking coyotes are just all in the yard, because she'd hop up on the boulder and then hop up on the roof, and that was like a good defendable area where she could take them on one at a time if they tried hopping up the boulder after her.
Huh. Smart dog.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm gonna get some more chickens in the spring. I had one broody hen like a couple weeks ago, but I kept kicking her off the nest and taking her eggs because I didn't want to deal with chicks over the winter. Not that it'd be that big a deal, but yeah, I'll get some more chickens this spring.
Right on.
What all do you have right now? Goats?
I got it all.
Pigs?
Pigs,
Fucking-
chickens.
You hit horses or cows yet?
No, goats is as big as we got. We ain't got enough room for that, for big animals. I forgot.
Yeah.
Can't do it all.
But you can use goats as pack animals, though. They can carry.
Oh yeah, you can. I think we were talking about that a while back. It's like a bug out plan would include, the end all be all. Like we got goats can tote carts and stuff around.
Hell yeah.
Well, you got the goats toting the carts with the chickens in the pen sitting on them. So goats is bringing the eggs and.
Oh.
Yeah, chickens in like some saddlebag cages with the goat toting the cart full of their own food or whatever.
Yeah, I think we were talking about a bug out.
Just meals on wheels right there.
A couple chats ago, we were talking about a bug out or something, and it was like, the goats can, if you don't have vehicles, don't have gas or something, use the goats as pack animals to get out.
Yeah, I'm sure you can load them down with quite a bit. I don't know what the recommended weight is.
Pack animals, you'd have to train them is the biggest thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of ornery otherwise, because they're not temperament is not set for that, but you could do it.
Yeah, they'd be running around trying to buck and shit. Whatever, I don't know, whatever goats do. Train them now, though. Get them some saddlebags or something.
Yeah.
Load them up with rocks. Get them used to that.
Yeah.
I'd like to try to see a bunch of snowflakes hook a wagon up to a horse that ain't never pulled nothing before. Because in their mind, it's a horse. It automatically pulls a cart. It's just automatic. No, honey, that thing ain't never had no collar on it, and it don't like it.
Yeah. Just getting a bit in would be hard enough.
Boy, that damn horse stomped them to death before they can get out of there.
Yeah, it'd be funny to see one of them try to go up on these wild horses out here.
Even a fucking horse that's ridden every day of its life, you have somebody show up and that doesn't know anything about horses and try to fucking put a bit in it and saddle that thing. That horse isn't going to fucking cooperate. I mean, there might be a handful that do, but most of them will be like, fuck you. You don't know what you're doing. Get out of here.
Too.
And the
Horse
horsey
right off the bat.
horse, yeah, the horsey horse figures that out quick.
Oh, yeah.
I'm fixing to dick with him because he don't know what he's doing. So I'm fixing to be honorary. They pick that shit up. That horse knows
Dude,
when
every time you
scared
get
at
your
it.
saddle about shoulder high, he just swings his back end around so you can't fucking get the saddle on him and shit. Just, I mean, yeah. Horse
Then
will
he does that little I'm fixing to kick tease where he hops just a little bit like he's fixing to kick. It's kind of like, whoa, buddy, whoa, everybody everybody back up. Man, I remember when I was a kid, I had a pony. That thing so damn mean you couldn't get nowhere around it. And my neighbor put a harness on it, got a bit in its mouth, and hooked the damn harness to the back door handle on a 66 Ford Fairlane, and we drove that horse around the neighborhood with it running along beside the car. And when we got home, that damn horse was so tired, everybody could ride it. But you had to get on it every day because if you went about 2 days without riding it, you'd have to take it back up to the car and take it 2 or 3 times around the block, wear it out, and then you ride it.
Interesting technique.
I'm serious. See, that shit ought to have been put on YouTube years ago. That'd been great, but oh my God. That's the real YouTube treasures right there.
Yeah, some of the old stuff went down in the old days. Yeah, that's why we're not in jail or otherwise.
They get you pull a horse down the road now, hook the car, they're going to impound the car and put everybody in jail.
Right. Yeah, you get charged with animal abuse before you can blink an eye or something.
Oh, you'd have neighbors running out in the street with their flip-flops on, hollering, unhook that horse. You can't do that.
Right. Well, fellas, I'm ready to wrap this up. We started early. I said we're going to finish early. So I don't want to drag this till 1 a.m. Y'all good with that?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Didn't know if you wanted to wrap, if you had anything burning in your heart that you really wanted to talk about, but
No, that wild horse story wound me up there. Just sent me back in the past a few decades.
right. All right. Well, thanks everybody for coming out. Thanks for the conversation. Looks like the side chat was going full throttle most of the night. Truth Freeze is still hanging in there out there with us. But yeah, thanks everybody for checking us out. We ran down some good territory. Get your radioactive decontamination preps ready. But also we'll keep an eye on Sparks and see if somebody can get in touch with him or if he reaches out to somebody. And if we get a chance to help him out, we will do that. Definitely we'll try to look into that and see what we can do to help him out. Those links to his videos are in the side chat. They're also in the description box for his video. And we'll have to keep an eye on his channel to see if he does any updates over the next couple weeks or so or whatnot. And we'll figure out where he's at and everything. And we'll go from there. But I do appreciate everybody coming out. We'll stay alert out there. Anything you want to wrap it up, Justin? Any shout outs? You want to do anything?
No shout outs.
All right. Anything from you, Saints?
Well, thanks for the invite. I enjoyed it. Tried not to knock it too far off in the ditch this time.
Yeah. All right, folks. Yeah, thanks for coming. We'll see you on the back end. Have a good weekend. Otherwise, We'll talk to you later. Live free.